So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day three training program of ours. I believe everybody is settled down and you had a great week, and you must have practiced well with day one, day two topics. Am I audible? Can somebody gives me a heads up?
Yeah,
Yes,
you're
sir.
audible.
Thank you. All right. So let me first share my screen. Fine. So as discussed in our day two, we are going to start working with some real-time data and then how to present our different types of reports by working on the data and how to interpret our data properly. We are going to discuss all these things. So basically in one line, I would like to say, we are going to drill down all the features of our pivot table. All right. So kindly go to our file in our sample case studies folder, naming called data analysis. So when you open that file, it will be taking to a sheet naming called summary table. So kindly confirm a quick message in the chat box. Y for yes if you have got the same file opened in front of your screen.
Yeah, sir. Give me a minute here. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
get over.
You can't hear Suraj. Is it the same problem persisting now? Okay. All right. So I believe the same file is opened. All are ready, Dhananjay?
Which file are we supposed to open?
Data analysis. The file name is data analysis.
Data analysis.
All right. Now go to this data set what we have. Let me give you a background story of this data. Then we'll start working further. Now I'm audible, I believe. All are clear, able to hear my voice.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes. So anytime any problem is there, please immediately object me or drop me a message in the chat box so that I can confirm from my end that at least there should not be any problem. All right. So now, suppose say take a scenario, morning 9 o'clock, I have dropped into office and my boss asked me, Pravas, please come to my cabin. I need to discuss something with you. I went. Then immediately he started saying that, Ross, I was just going through the monthly reports. It was seeming as if some ready-made numbers we have downloaded from our SAP or ERP, and we are trying to present the same to the management. It seems there is a quality of information missing over here. Well, so what he's up to, let me also listen that. So he's saying now, do one thing. Let us do something different this time. Go to SAP, log into your system and get me last 3 years revenue data. So I just gave my respective T code in my SAP system and I could generate near about 1 lakh records. It comes like this. Name of the customer is there. These are the different product segments or categories you can say. And these are the products we are producing and manufacturing and selling to our customers and salesperson we have engaged to generate the revenue. These are the different regions we export our products. Order date is nothing but billing date you can consider. And sales USD in terms of dollar we are making the billing. You can consider INR, whichever it is comfortable for you. Year of incurrence of sale, month and quarter, anybody is there, and intermediate channel partner, if any, that list is also available. So it's a huge data junk, you can say, or in one line, I would say we have taken data of a car manufacturing unit called Tata Motors. Okay, so it's a huge data. Now assume you are the partner with Tata Motors and we are going to work with this. So data is there. Now, when I presented this to my boss, he's not quite happy watching the same. So he's telling Prabhas, this data is of no use for me. Keep it with you. What I want is a simple report out of this. Whatever the products we have sold to our customers during the last 3 years and how much revenue we have made, I want to have a simple report out of this. So we know we have a huge data chunk. We have to present our data in a summarized format, in a tabular format, or in a crispy presentation so that my boss would be happy. So in that case, we have a beautiful data summarizing tool called pivot table or pivot table. Anything you call, that's fine. But the problem is we never pay attention to our data. We never realize for a while whether our data is ready for pivot. That's the biggest mistake we do. And that leads to a lot of trouble when you design the reports. But going forward, we are not going to commit that same mistake anymore. So first of all, whenever you would like to go for a pivot table, ensure three rules are satisfied. Rule number one, the data, whatever we have downloaded, captured, or some received from any place, then ensure that there would be a column header or data header must be there. If column header is missing, then we have to create our own column name, column one, column two, and so on. And no column header name should be duplicate. You should have a unique column header name. You want to retain customer in two columns? You can. You should name it as customer one, customer two. So this is how the first rule says that the data must contain a field header or column header and it should not be duplicate. Rule number two, the amount of data, whatever we have captured, there should not be any blank cell. If you remember, in our day two, we discussed something called data clean one. So let's do together. Keep your cursor anywhere in the data set and go for Control A and then go for Control G, G for Gamma, G for Goa. And there you will be having a tab naming called Special. So if you go and click Special over here, you will be finding there is an option called blanks. And when you go for that option over here, you can notice over there blanks is there, click OK, and immediately you'll be finding a message when you click OK, no cells were found. So this is how everyone must have got this message from the window when you go for this operation. So this is a confirmation that we do not have any blank cells over here. Now, what if I were having the blank cells? If I were having the blank cells, those cells would have been selected and we should have replaced the same with some kind of predefined text, either zero, hyphen, nil, not available, and then we could have completed the task. And this is what we have learned from our day two, nothing new. So rule number two, there should not be any blank cells. Right, people? Hope it is clear what we did.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, rule number three, ensure that in any of the column, data should not be merged. Because most of the time, what is the bad practice we have? We select multiple cells, we merge them, and we go for creating a header. That's meant for display, not for the calculations, because most of our Excel functionalities doesn't read our merge data. It's always better go for very simple three rules, and then you can turn your data into a flat data and avoid using the merge cells, and you can work peacefully. So these are the three rules, people, very essential when you go for creating or designing any kind of tabular data or pivot table. You want to go for it, you have to satisfy all these rules. Now, having said this, our data is ready for next level. That is what blank cells, that is what Aditya, day two, I told you, I reminded you in day two, we did a operation called data clean one. So if you were having the blank cells, you should replace the same with predefined text, nil, zero, hyphen. That is what we discussed in our day two. Did you remember data clean one? We had some blanks, we replaced the same with nil, nil. We have some errors, we replaced the same with na. Then we colored them, then we put a legend in bottom line, one line over there. All these exercises we have done that. So you should do like this. Now coming back to over here. Now once our data is ready over here, then as I told you in data clean 2, day 2, we have discussed one topic, data clean 2. I told you that when you download the data from SAP or ERP system, there are two columns where you will be finding always the trouble. What are they? The number will not be in number format, the date will not be in date format, and we have to check the same, the compliance of the same as well. So go to our order date column. We have got the first date value. Keep your cursor in that date and select the rest. So now we need to check over here. Now we need to check over here, okay, whether our date is there in proper date format. Now, how to check the same? What are the options we have? If you remember in day one and day two as well, I told you any format, if you happen to convert into date format, what was the keyboard shortcut? Anybody quickly? Control Shift 3. Control Shift 3 to convert any format to date format. So just see all the set changes are happening the way I'm presenting on the screen. Are you getting the same changes on your screen also? If yes, then we are confirmed our date is there in proper date format. Similarly, go to our sales USD column, the billing column, and keep your cursor in the first invoice value over there. And then select the rest. Now we need to confirm whether our numbers are there in proper number format. So I told you one more keyboard shortcut over there to convert any format to number format. Control Shift 1. When you go for it, can you see respective changes are happening? Decimals are coming up, post decimal two characters, and this is showing a number format of data. So we are confirmed now. Since our numbers are there in proper number format, that's why these set changes are happening, and we are good to go for the next level. Any difficulties?
I'm good, sir.
Sure. Now, there is no point of having post decimal 200 characters null value. So we can remove the same. And how to remove the same? I told you either you can go for home tab, decrease decimal twice, or we can go for Alt H9 to decrease decimal. Now, once we have done with this,
Alt H9, is it?
yes, Alt H9, one by one.
Alt H9.
Now, when you look at our data, there is one more problem I am citing over here. Just watch my screen, please. If you look at these two columns along with the order date, can you identify what is the problem we have?
The year is not matching first, and then
Mhm.
we have this month also, which are not matching as per the order date.
Right. So we need to rectify the same. So how to rectify? Let's go for that. If you remember, in day one, we discussed something, how to extract a year from a date. We should go for a formula naming called year, and this demands me serial number. So I'll go to my order date, and now I can see my year is rectified. Now this has happened with only one cell. Need to apply for rest. Then I'll go for double click on that fill handle. So year column, we can apply this formula. Nothing new. Already we have done all these things. Only thing is we are implementing. Confirm? Here is clear.
Yes, sir.
Similarly, let's go for our month column. I told you the other day, same day one only, how to extract a month from a date. Anybody quickly? So it means practice has not happened for sure. Am I right? So yes, that's what I told you. No, 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 Suraj, we have never used any kind of month formula anywhere in day one, day two as well. I told you the formula naming called text. Do you remember the AMC example of day one?
Text to
So,
column.
no,
Text.
not
Okay, sorry.
not text to column, only text formula. Text to column is a feature which will be helping you to do the data
Same.
cleansing or data separation. So text formula, this demands us the value. Value is nothing but the date. Now, format text, what you're expecting, month. So within two double inverted quotes, M4 times. So don't you think we have learned all these things, right? Now the same we can apply for others. So I can go for double click on the fill handle and our month is ready. So this is how we have understood that how to confirm that our data is properly cleaned and it is complied with the right formats, the necessary columns we need to check and we check that. Any difficulties so far? See, as I told you, these are our daily needs and we have to deal with the same. And whenever you download the data from SAP or ERP, you will be finding such kind of troubles.
This means this formula has multiple uses. Yeah,
Yeah, there are a lot of things we
we
can do
used
with
it in
text
date
formula.
difference, I think.
Yeah, but that will be lengthy. Date difference, we have used date diff formula. So that will be the ideal one. Don't use text formula for date differences. That is what people are using. But the formula becomes lengthy when you go for text. So it's better you should go for date diff formula. That is a hidden one.
Okay.
So I'll tell you, I mean, it's not only just I'm recommending to you. Have you all heard of a AI tool called ChatGPT?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm showing something. Just watch my screen. See, now suppose say I have gone to my ChatGPT. I have no idea what like how to compute the difference between two set of dates. So how to compute the difference between two dates in MS Excel. I asked, now what is that formula? It gives me the suggestion. Did you see that? Whatever we used, the same formula only, date diff. Can you see? So
Yes, sir.
how to write this formula? Start date, end date, unit means if you're looking for year or month, YM or YM, MD. So all this information is there. So this is also ChatGPT also suggests us. ChatGPT never suggests the formulas lengthy and all, which is the best option it will suggest you, and that is what the best. So don't go for text formula and all to compute the difference.
So I have one offline question.
Mhm.
So in order to use ChatGPT, uh, we need to integrate it with MS Excel. But as Microsoft has already tied up with OpenAI, you showed us one tab from where we can take help of either ChatGPT or OpenAI in Excel. Yeah, I
Right.
think it's in the plugins session. Under
In the
plugins,
home, in the home add-ins,
add-ins,
in the home add-in section, you will be having all the add-ins,
add-ins.
whatever
Okay,
you have, ChatGPT, Excel, all these things you can use it there also. But there I told you the organizations sometimes they disable all these things. The admin would be disable all these things because the
yes,
more the add-ins you load, it will slow down the system process. That's why
okay,
when you do not have that option on or your organization doesn't allow this kind
hmm,
of add-ins to install, you can always take this open AI program also. That's fine.
okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. No problem. All right. So now over here, the data is ready as we saw, and our columns are also rectified. No problem. Month is also checked. Year also fine. Now, what is the next step? What we need to do with this data? Let me take you through. So if you remember, I told you in day one, when your data is ready, always make some beautiful presentations by just taking over here. What happened? What is coming? I can't find something. Just taking this translation. Mhm. All right, so let me just first check this. Control Shift 3. Then going over here, this is fine. I'll go for year formula, taking the data from here, and then I'll go for application of the same to others. Then I'll go for month, and they're equal to text, taking the data within two double inverted quotes, M4 times. Same I can apply for others. Right. Now, once your data is ready, what's the next step? As I told you, select whole data, keeping your cursor in your Control A, and then convert your data into table. I told you in day one, a keyboard shortcut. What is that? Anybody? Quickly. Control T. T for Tango. Very good. So when you hit by selecting the entire data, Control T, it will take you to a dialog box, something like this, and you can create or convert your data into table. So this is what people first 2 to 5 minutes is very, very essential in any data set whenever you are working with and you wish to convert the same into a pivot table. All right. Now keeping your cursor anywhere in the data, go to insert. The very first option from the left, you will be finding naming called pivot table. There are two sections in this pivot table. Just see, this is called your icon section and this is called your navigation section. So do not ever go for the navigation button, always go for the icon section. Click the icon and it will take you. So if you go for the navigation section, some features of pivot would be missing. So I don't want you to suffer for that. So this is the reason why always follow the icon. So going to insert, clicking on the icon and over there, your pivot is ready. All right. Now,
Sir,
yeah,
sorry to interrupt. I think something broke on my Excel. Is it fine if I share the screen quickly?
yes.
Let me do that. Are
So
you able
can
to see my
we
screen?
get the shortcut keys what we have used so far
It's already
to
given,
response? It's
Aditya.
already there.
It's, it's already given in day one. I gave you the entire list of keyboard shortcuts. A separate file called keyboard shortcuts is there in our sample case studies. Just check it out.
Okay.
No, month and year, why you are using the same formula? See, that is the problem, Dhananjay. In the
Yes.
year column, you should use the year formula, not month formula. That is for text formula.
Here,
Yes, enter.
yes, you have entered too many
No, no,
elements.
no. You don't take the MMM. That is what you just delete that, write the formula, delete completely. Now hit enter. Then you go for application of the same for this. Now it is ready.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I'll
No.
quickly go ahead and select control. Uh,
Control A, Control T. T for tango, T for table. All right. Now keeping your cursor anywhere in the data, go to insert and click on that pivot table icon. It will take you to the sheet naming called something like this over here. And
So, sorry to
there.
interrupt.
Mhm.
The quarter, if I see it, the quarter is not coming correct in the first cell,
Yeah,
J5.
that will deal with that. We have never dealt with the quarter so far, so we have kept it pending. So nothing to
Okay,
worry about the quarter part. We'll discuss that later.
no problem. Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm back, sir. Sorry, my connection got dropped.
Yes, Dhananjay?
I'm sorry, my connection got dropped, and I'm back online.
Okay,
Sorry for that.
no problem. So now keeping your cursor anywhere in the data, go to insert. The very first option from the left is pivot table icon. You can click on that and it will take you to the sheet over here, a dialog box stating the entire data is forming part of a table. Yes. And by default, the new worksheet option is on. That's okay. Then there is an option called click OK option. You can click that. No need to do any changes on this. And you can see a sketch of your things are ready. So this is the place where your pivot table is going to get designed. And see, within that gray color box, there is a small box is there, naming called pivot table 1. So this is a message for us that whenever we prepare a pivot, it is containing a unique name. And towards my
We are
right
not
side,
able to see your screen.
not able to see my screen. Anybody is facing such trouble? Yes.
It's visible.
Dhananjay, there is a connection problem from your side, I maybe believe. You just check
Okay,
it out, your internet connectivity.
okay. Let me just do that.
Yeah. All right. So now here you can notice we have got a box naming called over here called pivot table field list box. The entire column headers, whatever we had in our source data sheet, it is listed over here. And towards my right side, you could see a small boxes kind of structures are there, four boxes naming over here pivot table field area. We have only one job now. Whichever the field we are looking for, we can simply go for over here, drag and drop. Over here, we can go for drag and drop, drag and drop, and drag and drop. So this is the only action we need to initiate. But the problem is, if you look at my layout is not matching with yours. Do you all agree? The right side window, whatever the layout I have, it is not matching with yours. And if you compare which layout is giving maximum space to work with, definitely it's mine. So now the first thing first, how to bring this kind of structure over here. This is just a one-time job. Do it along with me. There is a settings button over here. You can click that. And the very second option, you will be finding field section and area section side by side. And when you choose that, with immediate effect, you will be finding exact structure like me. This is just a one-time job you need to do. You don't need to go for repeatedly doing the same. Don't worry. All right. So our format now is similar.
I'm sorry, I'm falling behind the schedule. Can I quickly share my screen? I think.
Yes, Dhananjay, you can.
Thank you, sir. Rectified month and days of all. I go here, insert table.
No, no, no. Just click the icon directly. Don't navigate. First, you convert your data into table. You missed out one step. Convert your data into table. Control A, Control T. Then go to Insert.
Okay,
Hmm. Go to Insert, Pivot Table. Click the icon. Don't go inside. Click the icon.
sorry, I clicked on pivot.
Go inside. Click that Pivot Table icon. Yes, click that. And then click OK. And then go to that Settings button. Second option. And you'll be getting the similar layout just like me.
Yes,
Okay.
got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fine. So now I'm taking the control back on the screen. And once you have the same over here, now only thing is, as I told you, we need to go and drag and drop. Well, we can drag, but where to drop? We have got four different choices. For that, even we need to follow a rule. What is that says? See, there is a sigma values one tab is there, value area. It's a simple message. Whichever the column you find there is a numbers in place or you have the numerical values in place and you want to play around with multiple functions formulas like sum, count, average, product, minimum, maximum, then you must place that field in the field area called values. So let's say the example, what we have considered, boss is asking for a simple report, and what kind of report it is? Last 3 years revenue data based on the products. So revenue data means billing column. Billing column means sales USD. Is it containing numbers? Yes. So that we should bring it, drag and drop in the value field area. So always make a practice of dragging and drop. People always go for just clicking on this text box or the check box, you can say. Don't do that because every time it will not go to the desired field. So it's always better have a control with your column header, just drag and drop to the right field area. Now, what is that next my boss is expecting? Last 3 years revenue data. So we have a column called year. So this one will be taking two columns and we have got 3 years revenue data in three different columns. It is populating. Now you can ask me a question, Prabhas, why you are taking years? Why don't I take it? Why don't you take it to rows? Yes, I can take it. So three rows, the columns will be converted to three rows, the transpose version of your data. Now, why I have opted columns? Because I have got something else to bring to my data. What is that? Based on the product. So if you look at the product description over here, we have a field and that one we can bring it to row area. So we got a very beautiful pivot table ready. And this is what the total we received 3199253. Kindly confirm.
Yes, sir.
So far, so good. Any doubt, any queries from anybody? Great. Now, take a look. Though we have got a very beautiful pivot table, people, but we can't dispatch this to the next level. Reason. As I told you in day one and day two, data anybody can prepare, but only thing your presentation makes you different. So always be careful about your presentations part. So in this pivot table, though we got our beautiful pivot table ready, people, but the look and feel of pivot is not so great. So how to change the look and feel? Just see. Keeping your cursor anywhere in pivot, if you look at on your ribbon tab, there is a design button activated. So I'll go to the design, and there are many more styles we have. So we can go to the more button. So this is called your more button. And when you navigate to the more button, what it shows me, I'll take you through. It opens with three broad categories: light, medium, and dark. So as I told you, always go for light or medium. Do not ever go for the dark options. And reason, the more the dark color, again, file size will be more. So I'll go to design and I'll change the color, something from the medium. And when I look at my own presentation, is it somewhat looking good? Yes, it looks better, definitely, compared to the previous one. So this is the first thing I should do by changing the colors. Second, if you look at this Bolt, Genix Nano, Hexa, Indica, Indigo, what are they? These are our products, right? But if you look at, it shows the header as row level, but technically this is supposed to be displayed on that place. Similarly, 2019, 2020, 2021, if you look at, it shows column levels, but technically those are our years. So why pivot is not showing the exact field name as it is? And here our expert they will suggest you go and edit the field manually. Never ever do that. So how to get the exact field name? Just see, keeping your cursor anywhere in the data, go to design, and here from the left, third option deals with report layout, and in that third option again, show in tabular form. So when I go and check this show in tabular form with immediate effect, you can find exact field name is going to be populated over here, right? So this is what the minimum formatting we must do whenever we go for preparing a pivot table over there.
So, sir, is there any way now we can see this year is there, okay, and now it is followed by 2020 and 2021. So, can we keep the year spread across all 3 years so it remains a constant thing rather than just having it above 2019?
I didn't get your question at all.
Okay, right now we have gone to the report layout and we
Hmm.
selected the show tabular form, and now it is
Hmm.
showing us in a tabular form. Now on the left hand side we see the sum of cells USD in product description. Now on the other side we have year, and then under the year it's 2019 and then 2020 and 2021. So the year word, and the year word is right about 2019. Is there any way where we can shift that year somewhere in common area which is
No,
spanning across? Okay.
no, no.
Okay.
These are the default tabular format. You can't change all these things because pivot, it works in its own way. It is
Okay.
not giving the entire information to control to the user. They can manipulate the things.
Mhm. Got it, sir. Got it.
Right. Now, once we have done with this over here, the next thing, as I told you in day one, when you have multiple columns, the first column always alignment should be left, and rest of the column alignment should be always center. And for central alignment, what is the keyboard shortcut? Anybody quickly? Alt H A C. All right. Now, once it is done, next thing what, as I told you, nowadays the audience is having a different level of expectation. When you present your data as it is, nobody likes it. So what they're expecting, that you should present your data in such a way it should tell a beautiful story to the people. So now the question is how to present our data with a beautiful storytelling format. So what you can do for that is you can simply keep your cursor anywhere in any cell of this grand total column, any cell you can select. Okay. And then Just take one cell out of this and go for right click upon that. You get an option called sort. And when you go for sort, there's an option called largest to smallest. And with immediate effect, you will be finding your entire story changes. Now, what kind of story I'm giving? Like if I look at all the products from Indica, we got the maximum revenue, and from Jest, we got the least revenue. So whoever is watching my data, they can make out. In case of my absence, also somebody else from my teammate is presenting my data. People are not going to struggle. So this is how people we have understood how to prepare a pivot table out of any data set in Excel, satisfying all the rules, doing the necessary checks, making the minimum formatting, finally presenting our data in a beautiful storytelling format. If at all any doubt or query, feel free to ask. So any doubt, any queries, any difficulties, anyone did not get it, or any questions?
Yeah, in means when I'm using my pivot, the columns are more. So what happens whenever I'm making any changes to the pivot, it expands always, and I have to bring it back to normal. Means I have to make the column width less. So
Can you share your screen? Let me have a look at that, then only I can come to know what's the problem.
so I, 1 minute, I'll just check if I have it ready with me. That one. Yeah, 1 minute, I'll just share it.
Sure.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Now it's clear. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Suraj, can we discuss at the end of the training about that? You can keep it ready,
Oh,
whatever the problems. Okay.
could you see this? What I showed? No.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Yeah. All right. So we got our first pivot table ready, people, and we have seen how to design all this pivot, what are the minimum formattings we need to do. Now just do one thing, the way I'm renaming my sheet tab, the same way you please do it. Pivot, bracket open, one, bracket close.
I'm not able to see the screen.
Guys, you just check your internet connectivity, those who are having the problems, especially Dhananjay, Suraj, and Aditya.
I think after sharing the screen, it's going off.
No, that's not a problem. That is what, if you have poor internet connectivity, it may happen like that. So just check it out. Anybody else is facing the trouble, unable to see my screen or my audio is not reaching to you?
No, sir. We can see your screen and audio
Right.
is clear.
Okay. Thank you for the
Maybe I can,
confirmation.
Aditya, you can just drop and rejoin it. It restores.
Okay. All right. So pivot to one. I believe we all have made this pivot to one. Okay. So now we have seen it, our first pivot table ready. Now do one thing along with me. Select your pivot one sheet tab and holding the control button, drag it to the right. So you'll be getting one more pivot ready called pivot two. Pivot two. Select pivot one, holding the control button, drag it to the right. It will come automatically named with the pivot table number two. Right? So pivot table number two, once it is ready, let us discuss what else we can do. Now say, take an example. This is what I have prepared and presented to my boss. My boss is quite happy watching the same and he's saying, because this pattern is really good, taking all the 3 years data in three different columns and taking all the products in rows, I'm able to analyze the data. But you have given me only 3 years data. So he's asking me now, saying, I would like to go for more deep dive analysis, or I want to do some macro level of analysis in this data set. So what is the meaning by deep dive analysis over here? Yes, Suraj, we have renamed the sheet and holding the control button, you need to drag it to the right. It will come automatically, naming called pivot 2. Right. Now, what my boss is saying, I want to do some deep dive analysis in the same. So what is the meaning by deep dive analysis? See, year-wise data we have. If you want to go in-depth, month-wise analysis also you can do. So we need to do first thing, what is that? We need to check, do we have a field called month? Yes, we do have a field called month. Now, only thing is we need to take it to the right place, where take this month to the row area, and immediately you will be finding your whole pivot structure changes and it is turning over to another pivot table, right? So this is how simply interchanging the field, your whole pivot story changes. You can notice. So all of you have got the same structure. You can see. Now, all right. Now, before presenting the same to the other people or to the audience, one thing you have to always make a note of that, people. Whenever you prepare a pivot, each and every pivot they have their own unique story. So before dispatching the same to the next level, we need to understand what kind of story our pivot is going to give it to the people. So just see, last 3 years data, boss has demanded. Did I give it? Yes. Then immediately asked month-wise data. Did I give it? Yes. But if I see a larger picture, keeping myself in the audience shoes, my entire pivot structure, if you look at, it is still emphasizing upon the product description. Though month is there, but month has become secondary. And my boss has never emphasized upon the product. He was just simply emphasizing upon the year-wise, month-wise data to analyze. So in this format, whatever the report we have prepared people, it is not going to meet the expectations from the other side. Then how to make it? Simple. Go to our row area. You would see on your pivot table field list that first field is product description. Yes, that you hold it and bring it below to month or take month above to the product, whichever the way. Now whole story changes. You could see month becomes primary, product becomes secondary. So this is how people simply interchanging the field, how the pivot story changes, we got the basic understanding, right? Now here, though I made it, but my boss is not happy because it is landing up with many more blanks. Now why there are so many blanks? It's a simple message. During that year, with regard to that product, we have never sold a single Indica or Nano or Gold to anybody. So there is no invoice detail. That's why this is missing. So it's not necessary or mandatory that in pivot table each and every cell should contain the data. So when there is no such kind of combinations, pivot will be definitely leading to this kind of blank cells. But our objective is over here how to deal with the same so that I can stop people asking unwanted questions. So basically, we need to replace all these blanks with a text either 0 hyphen nil not available. Then only I can stop people asking. Find and replace will never work in this area in pivot. So what is the best option? I'll tell you, just see. Keeping your cursor anywhere in pivot, just go for right click on that. From the bottom, second one is pivot table options. Pivot table options. And when I click it, you can see we have an option called for empty cells show. One box is there. In this box, anything, whatever you want, you can type to replace with, but I would suggest go for 0 since we are dealing with numbers. And the moment you do so, click OK. With immediate effect, you will be finding the entire pivot table wherever the blank cells were there. Is it replaced with the text, whatever we have defined? Yes. So this is how we should deal with the blank cells inside the pivot table data. All right. Hope it is working. Now, once we have done with this, you can notice, suppose say my boss is watching my data and he's telling Prabhas, this month column, only the first cell is showing the month details. Why don't you fill this entire month column with the month name? So whichever the row I am going to deal with, I can immediately make out which month that product is pertaining to, which month that product is belonging to. I can come to know. I don't need to go and check back every time in the first row of the particular data set. So basically, in that case, if you remember, we have dealt with one exercise called data fill in day 2, but there was a long procedure. We need to select the whole column, then we should go for Control G, special blanks, then equal to previous cell, Control Enter, a lot of procedure around, right? But here we don't need to go for such things. Just see, I can keep my cursor anywhere in the data. I can simply go to my design tab. There we have a beautiful option, the same report layout from the left third option. We have an option called repeat all item labels. So when I go for this repeat all item labels with immediate effect, you will be finding the entire column will be ready with the month names. So this is how we should deal with our pivot table data, and we should complete all these tasks, and we should present it in such a way so that nobody should question us further, and they do not bother us also because everything is ready in front of them. So that's the story of our pivot table number two. Any doubt, any queries in pivot two? Fine. Now let us do one thing. Keeping your cursor in pivot to sheet tab, holding the control button, drag it to the right. So you got another pivot ready, naming called pivot table number three. Okay. Yes, Parmesh, you can share your screen.
Just a sec. Is it clear?
Yeah, I can see that. Not a problem.
See the headers like the title, which is not highlighted like in a blue color. Uh, is it
Okay,
I
that
missed
color
somewhere or
you
something?
yes, yes, you forgot to do the changes. I told you you go to design tab, keeping the cursor in the pivot, go to design tab and go for
Okay.
more button. Go for more button towards your right. There is a small button. Yeah. And there you go for medium
Okay.
style. Anything from the medium below.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Sure. Thank you.
No problem. Now, pivot table number three. Let's discuss what else we can do. So watch my screen. Suppose say this is what I have presented to my boss. Last 3 years revenue data in three columns and month-wise data also I presented. My boss is quite happy. And immediately he asked me, Pravas, I'm done with the product. I'm no more interested seeing the data product-wise. I just want to see the data based on the customers. So what my boss is not interested to see, product description. So go to the pivot table field list, deactivate the checkbox. What is expecting? Customer wise data. Do we have a customer? Yes. So take that customer field to the row area and your pivot structure changes. So same 3 years data in three different columns and taking month wise data, but now it is based on the customer. Okay. So product description we have removed, customer we have brought in. Now, who is our first customer? Just see, Al Hamid Automobiles. Now, suppose say my boss wants to analyze this data by taking only for 2019. So 2019, Al Hamid Automobiles in January month, no business. Goes down, perhaps some businesses there, good sign. When he goes for March, no sign at all, no name at all. When he goes for April, again, name is there, but value is missing. But if you go for April, again the same situation. So like this, a particular customer's whole year data my boss who happens to see, then he has to scroll down 12 times like this. And he has to navigate a lot like this. And this is what he doesn't like it. Anybody will not prefer to see the data in this pattern. So now what he's expecting, I'll tell you. He's saying, Prabhas, this data is there, but it's not giving a comfort zone to work with. So why don't you make a report in such a way, whenever I open the file, the whole story should reflect in one page. I should not go down or I should not navigate. I should not scroll over here to see the data. If that is the case, then how to present it? Just see, keeping our cursor anywhere in pivot, you can notice in our row area, what is the first field we have? Month. that you take it to the columns. Just drag it and drop it to the columns. And now you can notice there are many more customers' data just appears in one column. But imagine how many columns we have landed up with. About 41 columns. You can see just here on my screen. Right. So now here the question arises, how to take this much of data and present it in front of the audience. First of all, nobody is interested to see such a lengthy data set, right? Now, suppose if my boss did not happen to see this and he asked me, Prabhas, get me a printout while coming to my cabin. So how will I take a printout having 41 columns? So in this juncture, this kind of presentations people doesn't help to our audience. So how to present it effectively? Just see. If I go to my column B, there is a 2019 one cell reference is there, column B. I'll go to that cell and right click on that. There is a beautiful option naming called expand and collapse. So when you go for this expand and collapse, then we have the option over here, collapse entire field. So when I go for collapse entire field over here, then immediately you could find the entire 3 years data just placed to three columns and creating radio button. The plus symbol is nothing but called radio button. So this is created. Now this is going to help me how? Suppose I want to see 2021 data only. I can simply click on that plus symbol and only 2021 data alone will be going to be fetched or displayed on the screen. Now, what is happening? Unwanted data we are not showing to the people, and whatever people are asking, they're getting that stuffs. And once our presentation is over, I can bring it back by restoring my data by simply clicking on that plus symbol radio button over here. So this is how, whenever there's a need, how to present our data effectively over there by using this kind of expand and collapse entire field. You got the report? Check it out. Is it working? Any doubt? Any queries? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. All right. Can I take that? Everyone is clear and we all are in the same page? Right. Now, take a look. Whatever we did so far, anybody can do that. It's not a rocket science. It's a simple right click and the options will be enabled. So now the time has come to make our presentation different from others. So what kind of value addition we can give it to the data so people will be happy, whoever is watching my report. So if you remember, we have discussed something in day two, the last topic probably you can remember. We discussed something about the data visualization. So what are the types of visualization we have discussed? One is data bars, the other one is spark lines, and third one is the icon sets, isn't it? So we are going to use the same over here. So keep your cursor next to grand total and type the name as visual. Okay. Now, once we made it, then what's next? To give a feel as if this is the property of pivot table, we need to have the similar formatting. So what we can do, keeping our cursor in grand total, I'll go to my home. There is an option called paintbrush, format painter. And that one I will click and I'll go to visual, I'll click that cell. So it will be having the similar formatting. So just to give you a feel that the visual column is also the property of our pivot table. Now, take your first customer, Alhamid Automobiles, only 3 years data. Don't take the customer name or neither you take the grand total. And we'll go to our insert. There is a group over here, three types of spark lines we discussed other days there, line, column, winner, loss, and we discussed about the column one. So today we are going to take the line one. Okay. So when I go for the line, it will ask me where is the data. Data is already in selection. Then it is asking location. So location is the visual column, first cell. We can take it. And when I go and click OK, you can see more or less a line graph kind of stuff is there. And along with that, a tab is also created, naming called Sparkline options or design depending upon the versions of Microsoft Office. And then in this Sparkline tab, we have an option called markers. Okay. So just go on markers checkbox to on. You can see three pointers are added over here. Now this has happened only with one customer. I can simply drag it for other customers and see the beauty. The moment I'm trying to present it to the people, people will love to see these two columns. They don't have time to go through our boring numbers, billions, millions, lakhs, and crores. And what kind of story it is giving? If you look at Olamid Automobiles, it is showing the consistency from last year to this year. But Arya Motors, it is showing a consistent growth. It is gradually growing only and giving more business to us. But in case of Bavaria Motors and Concord Motors, what is happening? Slightly it will going down, but Bavaria Motors cases, it is going huge downfall over there. And again, same happens with Dalma Motors also. This is a serious case. You need to check it out. Why such kind of downfall in the business? But if you see Gurdov, Kunoch, and Lexus Motors, what is happening? They are showing some good business over here. So this is how people love to make out the story, and if necessary, you can carry this to your PowerPoint and present it effectively. So that's what people we have understood whenever there is need, how to give a add-on to the data and adding this kind of sparkline in pivot table. So any doubt, any queries, feel free to ask. Hope you got the sense the way we are presenting.
For the visuals, so we select the data for the Alhamid automobiles. Then we go to insert a section. From there, we click on the pivot chart, right?
No, 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 not pivot chart. Sparkline, we have got selecting the 3 years data, going to insert. We
Yes.
have a sparkline tab, three different types of sparklines are there.
Yes.
So we have to go for our line.
Yes.
And when you go to line, then you have to go to the location and select the visual column first cell
Right.
and then click OK. Then you'll be getting a design tab. I mean,
Right.
after that sparkline tab, you'll be getting in that sparkline, you have to select markers and that you have to drag it for other customers.
So for markers, you have gone to, okay, got it, got it. Markers,
Yeah.
it's slightly different on my, okay,
Yeah, because we're in 2016 and Office 365 names are slightly different.
right, got it. Mm, I've, so with With the instruction you have given, I'm able to achieve the first thing. In order to go ahead and replicate, if I double click or if I just drag
No, no,
and
no.
drop, that won't work, right?
That you have to drag it. Double click will not work. You have to drag it.
Just drag it. But if I see your screen, sir, I'm not seeing that visuals.
Okay, you can
The
share your screen. You can share your screen, no problem.
can you see it, sir?
Because you have taken the grand total also. See, you have to select only the 3 years data, not the grand totals. Go for undo. Yes, undo again. Yeah, you have selected all the 4 columns, only 3 columns. Yes. And go for that insert line spark line. Yes. And click the visual column, first cell in the location box. Visual column, first cell against of that customer. Al Hamid Automobiles against of that customer, whatever that cell turns. In column F, Al Hamid Automobiles. Yes. Now click OK and then go to Sparkline markers. You can activate and drag it down for others.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. All right. So I believe everybody's clear so far that whatever we discussed, this is how you can give the add-on to your data people. Nobody's going to demand all these things. But when you do so, you are always going to make your presentation different from others. And that's the story of our pivot table number 3. So let's do one thing. Keeping our cursor in pivot 3 over here, holding the control button, drag it to the right. One more pivot turns up, pivot table number 4. Now, let's discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table. This visual column work is over. You can select the column from the column header and go for Control minus. And we are done with our customer. We can remove that checkbox. We have done with our month also. We can remove that and bring product description to the row area. So whatever first pivot table we had designed, please bring that structure and confirm in the chart box quickly. Y for yes or D for done. Fine. Now, once we have done with this, the next thing what you need to do, just see in the pivot table. Suppose say this is what the 3 columns, 3 years revenue data I have presented to my boss. Now my boss is saying, Prabhas, I just want to know to generate this much of revenue, how much incentives we have given. So incentives, technically in the corporate while working, whom we pay the incentives to the salesman, sales agent, salespersons. So whom we have given, my boss is not interested in knowing that. How much we have given, he wants to analyze. So basically the revenue amount versus incentive amount in the adjacent columns he is expecting and he should analyze on that. Well, so first thing first, do we have a field called incentive? Check it out in this area. Do we have a field called incentive?
No, sir. we don't have.
So our problem starts. We do not have our data. Well, no issues. Now take a look. Since we do not have the data, the question is how to present it. So for the time being, take an assumption that in Tata Motors, we have a global policy that whoever our salesman, whichever the region they are working with, though it is from north, south, east, west, or central zone, whatever the billing they make, they will be entitled for 2% incentive. So this is the global policy we have. Fine. So we do not have the incentive data, but we know how to compute it. If that is the case, then how to present our incentive in pivot table. So when we know we do not have the data, we do always have a choice. We can go back to our source data sheet called summary table and we can create a column. So if you go to our summary table data sheet, the last column is channel partners. So we can keep our cursor next to channel partners and we should type the name. What is that? Incentive. And see the beauty the moment you hit enter. Similar formatting has been carried forward to the next column. And this is what we have already witnessed in our day one itself, right? That is the part of our format as table options. And that's the beauty when you convert your data into table, it comes like this. Now coming back to the formula, what would be the formula for incentive calculations? As we discussed, 2% on the billing column. So we should go for typing equal to and then going to our billing column. So billing column means sales USD. I'll go for it. When I select it, can you see it automatically takes a format like this at the red symbol, square brackets, and as I told you in our day one itself, these are automatically comes over here, and this is the part of your table formatting. So you don't need to go and manually write all these things. The thing is you have to refer to that cell. Now multiply. What's the percentage of our incentive? 2%. That's it. The moment I hit enter, not only for a cell, but also the entire column is being populated. But how? Because we have converted our data into table. So hope you got enough reasons why I asked you to convert our data into table. So this is the reason. Now all these functions, formulas, where we had applied in the source data. So now we'll go to pivot table and we could see there is no such kind of column below to over here. Okay. Then over here, how to get it? No need to be panicked. Simply keep your cursor anywhere in this pivot table, right click on that and go for refresh. So when you go for refresh, incentive data turns up over here. Now incentive, what type of data it is handling? Numbers. And I told you, when you have the numbers, where to place it? We have to go for values. So I'll go for numbers, bringing up in the value there. And we got another column ready immediately, naming call incentive. Along with that, the year-wise incentive, whatever it is there, will be able to analyze the data. So this is how people you can keep creating a number of columns whenever you believe there is no data over there. Now, coming back to the questions. So
Could you please
here,
rephrase this part, the last one, after adding the incentive
yes, you can go for
in
right
pivot?
click and refresh. When you go for refresh in the pivot
Uh-huh,
table, you got your incentive over here, and that incentive you have to bring it towards your value area.
uh-huh. So suppose if yesterday's report I have, I paste new report, today's
Hmm.
report
Hmm.
in the data, and if I
Right.
refresh, it will take all the values.
Obviously,
Okay.
if you that is what the beauty, that is the reason why we have converted our data into tables. So when you add a new column or when you add the new row items, now suppose say you have taken the month-wise data. Monthly once you prepare and pivot and you present in the meeting. So on 31st of April, suppose say, or 30th of April, you have got some report, or May month you have got a report, something like that. So next month, when it comes to June or July, at the end, when you receive the report, though it is in cumulative basis or you have got individual records, you can simply append the records or you can copy paste the data in the same location and automatically right click on the pivot table, the entire report will be refreshed.
There's a shortcut. Actually, I used to use that change data.
That
Uh,
is what it's not only you, all the people, because they are not converting the data into table. So this is the reason why I asked you to convert your data into table.
okay. This is
You know?
mandatory.
Yes.
Converting to
So
the.
that you come
Okay.
over from this problem every time you no need to go for change data source and select a new range whenever there is a change in the data.
Yes. Okay. Yeah,
Right.
that's nice.
Yes.
Thank
Now
you.
coming back to the question, suppose incentive is not flat. Yes, if the incentive is not flat, Aditya, then you should have one column in your source data itself, depending upon the name of the customer, whatever the incentive as per the contract you are, or depending upon the salesman, if you have something, or depending upon the product you are providing incentive. So you should have a separate column called discount where you can explain the percentage. One more column you should have called discount value, so you can take those columns because this will work only if you have a flat data. So there is no flat data means you have to do it. You have to create it something manual over here. All right. So pivot four, whatever we did, I believe it's clear. Any questions from anybody? Perfect. Now let's go for our pivot four sheet tab to just hold it with the control and drag it to the right. Pivot five will be turned up over there.
Somebody asked that if the percentage of incentive is different, can we put?
That's what I explained. If it's a different percentage based on the product or based on the salesman name, you should have a separate column called discount where you have to define all your respective percentage values. And then you should go for a discount column or incentive column separately in
Okay.
the source data itself.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Pivot table number five. Now take a look, incentive work is over. You can deactivate incentive. Now, can we work without table? Yeah, you can work out without table format, Aditya, but repeatedly you have to go for this option, change data source. When there is a change in the data range, either the row number is more or column is more, or you add a new column or new row item, you have to do it manually. So pivot right click refresh will not work. Yeah. Fine. Now let's get back to our pivot table number five. What else we can do? Let's have a discussion. Suppose this is what the pivot data I have prepared, presented. My boss happens to see the incentive. He is quite happy with that. Immediately he asked one more question. What is that? He is saying now, Prabhas, if this is the history of last 3 years revenue data, can you let me know how much discounts we have given while making this much of billing to our customers? Because why he's more interested for discount? Because of the discount, what happens? My profitability margin goes down. So he wants to know in the adjacent column revenue versus discount or billing amount versus discount amount. He wants to analyze that. Well, so again, the same question. Do we have a discount column? No. Fine. Let's keep that in hold. Like incentive, suppose say in our Tata Motors, we have a global policy for discount as well. Now, whoever our customer, do B2B or B2C, whatever it is, we give uniformly 5% discount to everyone. Though it is a small quantity or bulk quantity purchase, uniformly we give 5% discount to everyone. Now, having said this, suppose I need to bring my discount column over here in pivot, how to deal with the same. So everyone definitely they will be having things in the mind that like incentive, we can go back to our source data. We can create a new column next to incentive. We can make it as discount, applying the formula, bringing to pivot table, right click refresh, and then bringing the same to the value field area. Like what we did for incentive, similar fashion we could do for discount as well. But think about it. For the entire whole process, we spent near about 2 to 5 minutes of quality time, which is really a waste of time. Besides that, the moment you go for source data and create a column and apply the formula for a number of times, because of that also the file size becomes heavy. So this is the reason why people, whatever we did for incentive calculations, though our experts suggest us to do the job like this, but Microsoft Excel never recommends for that. So now the question is, without creating any data in the source data sheet, how to create a discount column in pivot itself? And will not be making our file size heavy, and our purpose is also going to be solved. But how? Just see. Keeping your cursor anywhere in the pivot, go to our pivot table analyze or analyze tab, which is there in the ribbon, depends upon the versions of your Microsoft Excel. So options, design, analyze, or pivot table analyze. Name would be slightly different. And there we have an option called fields, items, and sets. Fields, items, and sets. It's there in the calculation group. This is the group name, calculations. Or you may come like this if your screen is bit not large or it's not maximized. So you need to go for the option called fields, items, and sets. So when you go for fields, items, and sets, do you see an option called calculate field? So when you go to the calculate field with immediate effect, it will take you to a dialog box where you can see the very first criteria name. So what will be the name of the newly added field? Should be discount. So we can define it discount. Now, second criteria, formula, whatever it is there, kindly remove it. So as we discussed, what should be the formula for our discount calculation? Should be 5% on the billing column. So if you see the list of fields, there is a billing column called sales USDs there. You can double click on that and automatically that will be embedded in our formula box. Now simply go for formula multiplying how many percentage? 5%. And the moment you go and click OK, you can see with immediate effect, a new column is created naming called our total discount. And along with that, year-wise, how much discounts we have given, that also we are getting the entire list. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, it's not mandatory or necessary that we should go and create the source data. We can create this kind of n number calculate fields or virtual fields and we can get our job done. And the beauty is this is going to be the property of pivot. And if you look at your source data sheet, there is no such kind of column called discount. See how cool it is. Just check it out. Is it working?
So can you show this again, please?
Yep.
Uh,
Keeping the cursor in pivot table, going to your analyze or pivot table analyze depending upon the version of your Microsoft Excel. Then you have an option over here called either calculations group or fields, items, and sets, and then calculated field.
this I got, yeah.
Yeah. Then you can name
After
it as
this,
this discount and then go to the formula equal to sales USD double click multiply by 5%.
okay, I'll try.
Mm.
Prabhas, this
Yeah.
undo option does not work for pivot, like Control Z.
Undo means this, you want to remove this field.
No, just in case if I have to.
No.
Okay.
If you have saved something, then undo will not work, and this field will not get deleted if you have saved it.
Where do we put this formula? Can you show that step again?
Going to pivot table analyze over here,
Yeah, that
then
I got.
fields, items, and
Calculator
sets,
field.
calculate field, and there
Yeah,
you
yeah.
should name it as discount. And there in the formula
Uh-huh.
box, you have to go for over here and double click on cells USD. So it will be populated like this, and then go for multiply with 5%.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So pivot 5, can I take that? Everyone is clear? Any difficulties? Feel free to ask, because all these things are very, very helpful in our routine activities. All right. So now let's do one thing. Go to pivot table number 5 and selecting that sheet tab, holding the control button, drag it to the right. So you got another pivot table, naming pivot table number 6.
I'm trying to use this collapse field here
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
in this previous sheet. I'm not able to get it now because
Collapse
the
field,
columns
previous
went
sheet.
means the fourth,
And
fifth
share, you
one.
can share the screen. Share the screen.
This one.
Oh, here, see the collapse field option, how it will work. When you have two fields over there, in the year column, you do not have any other fields. You just see the pivot, keeping your cursor on the pivot, go to the pivot table, keep the cursor on the pivot, right click on that and go for show field list. Bottom, show field list. Now, can you see in the year column, we do not have any other field. In year column, only we have field called our year, right? In the column area.
Yeah,
So collapse and expansion, when it will work, when you have multiple fields,
multiple. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
right? No issues, no issues. All right, so I believe now we all are clear with whatever we have done in pivot table number 5. Any questions still running in your mind, you can ask me. Well, you did not ask, but you may come across this kind of problem, or you could have asked this kind of questions to me, Prabhas, that I have, say, take an example. Mic is not working. I am not sure how can I help you. Mm, in the break, you just try once, Aditya, just resetting the things like going to your mic option and the privacy settings. Something you could do over here. Just check it out if it is a Windows 11. Else, restart your system once, and if that looks signs, it may work. Yeah. All right. So now you, as I was telling you, you did not ask this question, but people probably may ask you, or you may come across this kind of situations. What is that exactly? Suppose say I have given 5% discount to my customers. My boss is not happy watching that because it is hitting to my profitability margin. So he's telling me, Pravas, we are selling the premium products. Then why we are giving discount? That to 5%. Just reduce the discount percentage. Instead of 5, make it of 2.5%. So now the question is how to update my pivot table by changing the discount percentage to 2.5%. So the question is whether I should recreate the same or should I go for the editing the existing one. So better option the second one. When we have already a field, we should go and edit it, isn't it? So now the question is how to edit our calculated field or customized field over there in pivot. So discount we have to edit to 2.5%. See, it's the same thing we have to do. Going to pivot table analyze, going to our fields items and sets, calculate field, same option. And then just watch my screen. Field is not visible. No worries. You can go to the drop down of that field and then it will show the list of fields you have created in that calculate field. So I am working with discount. And now that formula will be displayed. So I can go and change instead of 5%, make it 2.5%. That's it. So this is how you can edit the existing field. After that, you need to click the modify button. If you have the field purpose is solved and the job is over, you don't want that field anymore, you should go for delete that field. Choice is yours. So since we need that, I'll go and click on this modify and I'll click OK. So now my discount value will be changing to 2.5%. So this is how people, any point of time, you believe that over here, you have to change your customized field or calculate field. This is the way you can do the changes. All right. So this is what supposed to be your question. But since you did not ask, I have explained all these things. I believe it's clear.
After my screen was shared, I missed. But this was just editing whatever we added, is it?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, fine. So now pivot table number 6, we have added over here our discount. That job is over. We can remove that, not a problem. Now we'll see what else we can do with regard to pivot table. So kindly confirm once your data is ready after removing discount. Now, please stay focused. We are going to learn a very beautiful concept of our pivot. So stay focused, please. This is what the data I have presented to my boss. My boss is quite happy the way I have presented and he's saying this, Prabha, this pattern is really good. Like taking 3 years data in 3 columns, I'm taking all the products in rows. This pattern is really good. But you have given me only one pivot table. But what I'm expecting is similar format of pivot table should be there, that too based on the salesman. So what my boss is expecting, if I have got a global report with me and I'm preparing that, and globally if I have 150 salesmen, my boss is expecting 150 pivot tables just like this. So he's not happy with one pivot table, he's expecting 150 pivot tables like this. Now think about it, how to create it. Now take a look. If this is the case, the first thing first, as we have practiced, we need to check, do we have a field related to the salesman or sales agent or salesperson? Yes. No need to do anything, just watch my screen. I'm doing on behalf of you all. So I have taken this salesperson to the row area. My pivot table is disturbed. The pattern is disturbed. Boss is not happy with that. I have taken this to the columns area. What happens? My data is there, salesperson header is there, but details are missing. It's of no use. I have taken up this matter now to filter area. So now I am somewhat safe. The pattern is safe. What my boss is expecting, and about the pivot table, I got a salesperson field over here. Now, out of the curiosity, I got the answer and I have taken up this matter to my boss and I asked him, Sir, you are looking for multiple pivot tables, right? Do one thing. You need to go to this salesperson filter. You need to select SM1 and you need to click OK. Now, this entire detail is going to be pertaining for salesman 1. Only thing is, you have to insert a new worksheet. You have to copy this pivot table data into that sheet. You need to rename that sheet with salesman 1. So like that, you have to repeat the task for 150 times and your report will be ready. What will be the reaction? Boss is going to be happy? What say?
He will just ask that why you are there then if I have to prepare
Absolutely.
5 hours.
Absolutely. So in this case, definitely what we can do over here, we cannot transfer our job responsibilities towards our superiors. We know that very well. So here we have to do that work. 150 tables. Just imagine how long it will be taking for us. A lot of time. But Bus doesn't have the patience to wait for that much of time. He's expecting the report in no time. Then how to do it? So thinking about the task, the volume, if you really imagine, it will take you a whole day. Definitely. But boss is expecting the same to be done in just 1 hour. So how to do the 8 hours of job in 1 hour time? Technical, that not possible. We know. But if I make it happen for you just in 10 seconds, not even 1 hour, 10 seconds, how much of quality time we can save, just imagine. So this is what we are going to do now. The objective is whenever you happen to export your pivot table report into multiple reports, only click a button how to do that. So in that case, first thing first, based on which field my boss is expecting multiple reports? Based on the salesman. So please bring salesman to the filtered area. This is the first thing. Now, once you bring it over here, you can see that salesperson filter will be there appearing above to the pivot table area. Yes. Now keep your cursor in that filtered cell. Don't click that filter button, just select that cell. And then once you select, you need to go to your analyze or pivot table analyze or options, whatever it is showing on your screen. And the very first option on the left, it shows pivot table name. Below to that, you have a options. Don't click that options. Just next to options, you have a small navigation button. And if you click that button, it will open three categories, naming options, show report filter pages, and generate get pivot data. So go for the second one, show report filter pages. And once you select, a dialog box is going to appear where you could see salesperson field is there, selection, yes. And my boss is also expecting salesperson wise reports, yes. Now click OK. And see the beauty on your blink of your eyes, your pivot will start exporting the data into multiple reports. Having the patterns remains the same, whatever the way he was expecting. Filter is already selected with the salesman name and sheet tabs also renamed with the salesman name. Can you imagine how much time you could save for this? This is called life savior option of our pivot table people. And I have seen literally people sitting and doing the copy paste work at the year end. So any point of time you want department wise report, product wise report, cost center wise report, customer wise report, vendor wise report, month wise report, anything you want, you can generate out of this. So that's what the beauty of this option. Show report filter as pages. Check, is it working? So pivot table number 6, whatever the story we discussed, is it clear, working fine? Any doubt, any queries? All right. Now come back to our pivot table number 6 and holding the control button, drag it to the right. You got another pivot ready, naming pivot table number 7. Save your files and kindly confirm once pivot 7 is ready. Fine. Now once this is done, our salesperson work is over. You can remove that checkbox from the field list box. Now let's see what else we can do with regard to pivot table. Sometimes what it happens, friends, we need to deal with our date related records or fields in pivot, like invoice date, purchase order date, work order date, date of joining, anything is there, something like that. Then how to present our records, we are going to discuss that. See, first of all, remove the all unwanted fields from our data, like here, you can remove product descriptions as well. Okay. Now, can you see there is a field called order date appears before just above to the cells USD? So what we'll do, we'll go for our order date, bringing into the row field area. So when you bring this to the row field area, you'll be finding a ready-made structure of our pivot, which is suggested by our pivot table. But the problem is this kind of structures doesn't make any sense and people are, I mean, basically they don't like it or they don't like watching this kind of reports. So how to present it effectively? Just say, I'll keep my cursor in one of the year. I'll go for right click on that and there's an option called ungroup. So when I go for ungroup over here, With immediate effect, it will neutralize all the existing pivot format and it will be landing up with just the date-wise invoice value. But that will be running in pages. Again, that doesn't make any sense. So what we can do, a beautiful report, how to prepare it is, you can simply right click on that pivot table, any date, and go for group. So when you go for this grouping option, you can see the categories over here. The first invoice date and the last invoice date is visible, no doubt. Along with that, you can see the months and years you need to select. If necessary, if you want to see one more hierarchy of your report, you can select days as well. So days, months, and years should be in selection. And the moment you click OK, you could see a beautiful hierarchy of your report. So any point of time, your year-wise, month-wise, date-wise records, you can display that. So that's all. Whenever there is a date-related fields to be presented, people, how to present in pivot table, we got the understanding. Just check it out. Did you get the similar fashion or any difficulties? Do let me know. Any questions? Feel free to ask.
Sir, I have one question. Uh,
Yeah.
yes, as we are doing this, when I was thinking it when we ended our last session, that is training two. Sir, if we need to go, I completely buy in your point of practicing it. So, if we want to go ahead and practice it, can we just? Is there any more suggestion from you as to how we need to practice these things? Because if we don't do it for last 15 days, we'll forget it. So, in order to go ahead and if I dedicate 1 hour of my day for the Excel. So, is there any other thing you would like to suggest? How do I go ahead and practice it?
See, that's what I told you in day one itself. 1 hour daily basis, you can't give it. That's also not
Mhm.
possible. Apart from your regular work and personal and professional things, you need to balance. Half an hour is enough.
Okay.
On daily basis, half an hour is enough. And whatever
Mhm.
things you have learned, you have the sample case studies with you.
Yes.
The, that case studies you practice it. You can
Okay.
create a copy and practice upon the same. Where you are missing, you can see the recordings also, and you can just get the connectivity on that.
Got it.
That's the best practice. And once
Okay.
you learn this, then try to implement at your workplace, whatever the data real time you are working in your office related some
Mm-hmm.
stuffs or any client data or anything, whatever you are working with, you try to implement on that.
Got it, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right. So how days are appearing? Okay. Aditya, you can keep your cursor in one of the over here, the years, you can right click and group. When you go for group, all these three options you have to select days, months, and years. And when you click OK, you'll be getting the similar pattern like this. All right. So I believe you are getting Aditya, and all the people are clear with our pivot table number 7. So I think it's just a 2 minutes job. You can share your screen otherwise. See, don't skip it. You can share your screen. Yep. So, okay, okay. Just right click on that. Any of the year, just right click on group first. Go for first on group. Okay. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. You are trying to take it manually. That's why this problem. See, remove that from the row area. From the row area, remove that year. Remove the month. Remove the month also. Remove the order date, years, quarters, everything. Make it clean completely. Hmm. Now take order date fresh in the row area. This is what you get it by default. Now go to one of the year in the pivot. Go to one of the year in the pivot. Now in the pivot table, the first column is showing the years. Don't take any field from that. Yes, right click on that and go for ungroup first. Then your order date is not coming up in your date format. Okay. So right click on that. Right click on that. Go for our group. Click the group button. And there you choose days and years as well. Along with the months, days is there. Select days and months as well and years as well. Right. Now click OK. So you will be getting a proper hierarchy model of your date fields. All right. Fine.
It's not important to go to ungroup and then group here. We can directly click on group here.
No, no, no. You have to ungroup only first. Then only you
Okay.
can understand whether my date is in proper date format, date field is clean, because you have to first neutralize your existing patterns. Then you can have a fresh pattern.
Okay.
And these options will work any version of Microsoft Excel starting from 2013 to 2021 Office 365. You have to work like this.
Okay.
Now, pivot 7, we are ready. Now let's do one thing over here. Selecting pivot 7 sheet tab, holding the control button, drag it to the right. One more pivot turns up, naming pivot table number 8. And these date fields are over. So you can remove those fields from our pivot table, whatever it is there, those fields. So here, one thing you have to keep in your mind, whenever you go for this kind of date fields, our pivot table will generate two additional fields for you. For me, it is three, forget about that. For you, it will be two, like months and years will be there. So these are not your real fields. These are your virtual fields. So you cannot take any time these fields for your data analysis purpose, year-wise, month-wise reports. If you want to prepare or analyze, you should not take these fields. You should always take these fields. These are our real fields. So whenever you happen to analyze the data, year-wise, month-wise records, you should take this. This is the only thing you have to keep in your mind. Okay. Now, let's see what else we can do with regard to pivot. So let's bring back our first pivot table, whatever we had designed, taking product description in the rows and taking year, not years, taking year into the columns. So we got our first pivot ready. Now, sometimes what it happens when you present our data in this format, like having billions, millions, lakhs, and crores, people are not happy. Maybe my immediate boss would be happy watching the same because he needs the data in the lengthy format of numbers. If you remember, in day one, I told you already that when we are presenting our data to the management, they are expecting the data in terms of percentage. So in our case, how to present our data of all these 3 years data in terms of percentage. So what we do, we just take a manual column equal to this value should be divided by the total revenue, and then we go for logging the same, and then we convert into percentage, and the same we go and apply for others, and we get our records. This is how the additional fields we keep creating just to make it more informative, but this is never going to be the part of pivot table. So whenever you want to play around with other fields, this column will become a static column, and this is not of any use. And we are not supposed to present the data in this format. So whatever things we'll do it manually, now we are going to incorporate in the pivot table, and there we are going to make a difference. But the thing is, in this kind of calculations, what we discussed, this grand total is not playing any role. So a little bit of Windows interface arrangements we have to do over here. We need to remove this grand total. So how to remove a particular field from pivot table? That is not possible because pivot table, all the fields are integrated. We cannot delete a particular field. So there are two types of grand total over here in pivot. One is called row wise grand total because all the row wise totals are there. One is called column wise grand total because column values are being totaled over here. So this row wise grand total is not playing any role for our report. So how to remove that only? Just see. We cannot remove, we cannot hide also because if we hide, people are definitely going to make out after D column F will be there. So how to remove this particular grand total? Just see. If I keep my cursor in pivot, I go to design, there is an option called grand totals from the left second option. And there I have an option called on for columns only. So when I go for on for columns only, with immediate effect, you could see my row wise grand total has been deactivated. That's the best option. All right, so just check it out. Everyone is getting deactivated this grand total when you go for this over here.
So can you please go to the pivot table the selection window? So here sales USD, sales USD and year.
Whatever, what is the problem?
Uh, mm, no, sir, I got it. I got confused between that year and now value section, but it's clear now.
Mhm. Okay. Now, once we have done with this, all these three columns are there. Yes. Now, these three columns, we need to present it along with the percentage value. So each and every year should be 100%. And which product is giving the maximum contributions to the kitty, that is what we are going to display. But how? Just see. 1 minute first, watch my screen, observe what I'm doing. Next 1 minute, you can try. In my value area, if you see there is already a sales USD field we have taken. Yes, I will take this sales USD one more time to the value field area. Now I got one more field, sum of sales USD2. Yes, I'll take that, right click upon them, and I'll go for the option show values as. And there we have a beautiful option naming called percentage of column total. And when I go for it, the entire data turns out to be 100%. And name I can change revenue percentage. So this is how we got one more column ready, people. You can notice on our screen. Along with the value, we can present our data in terms of percentage. So the people of the management side, stakeholders, managers, whoever they're there, they will love to read this. So give it a try and check it's working.
So I'm not getting it. Revenue.
Okay,
Can,
you can share your screen.
yeah. So over here, so we have already taken this field.
Now
Now
go to the
I'll
header. Go to that column header, what you recently brought it. Not that, not that. The header means yes. Right click, show values as, and percentage of column total. Percentage of column total. Yes. And then you get 100% each and every column year wise. You can see.
wait.
Yeah. Change the
Here I
column
can
header, revenue percentage.
got it, sir. Thank you.
No problem. So I believe now we got another column ready, people, as a revenue percentage, and everyone is quite comfortable bringing up the same. Now, kindly have a look at this. Okay. Now, if you look at 29, please try to understand the concept what I'm talking about. In 2019, Indica, if you see the value shows 6,18,370 USD. Is it of one invoice or multiple invoice? Definitely it's multiple because pivot always gives a summary. So now my boss wants to know, he's asking Prabhas in 2019 Indica, how many invoices we have raised? Number of invoices. He wants to see that. Yes, Aditya. Yeah, yeah, no problem. Hmm. Right. Yeah, convert into percentage, select everything, Control Shift 5, till down, till 1. Yes, Control Shift 5. No, no, don't go for right click. Just press the keyboard shortcut Control Shift 5 to convert any format to percentage. Okay, it's not happening. Fine. So now we need to check. It's the sum of cells USD2. Mm-hmm. So the numbers in the text, okay. Okay.
I
You,
got the percentage directly.
yeah, yeah. Everyone is getting that, but he's not getting, his format is changing. So either this file, are you trying to access from that zip folder, or you have extracted the files? Where is the folder? Can you show me? Can you show me that folder? The files where it has been stored. It is start backup. Okay. Mm, mm, mm. Data analysis. Okay, separately you have shown. Okay, file, save and close it. Save and close it. Yeah, enter file, you save it and close it. Yeah, you know, close this file. Save and close this file. Yes, open that. Data analysis. No, not in 3 years data. Data analysis, separate file. Yeah, that is the new file. No, no, the file which you have worked, that file alone you just open again. That was there in the desktop. Yeah, right. Okay, okay, fine. Now remove that field again. Just remove that field. Sum of cells used to 2 from the value field area. Hmm. Now keep your cursor over there. It is coming up like this. Okay. Now go to summary table data sheet, the source data file, that sheet, summary table data sheet. Go there. Incentive is proper. This is coming up over here. Just do one thing. Sales USD, keep your cursor in the first value. Sales USD, first value. Sales USD column, sales USD column, first value. The billing column. Select everything. Select everything. Control Shift down arrow key. And go for Alt H9, decrease decimal, Alt H9, again, Alt H9. Right. Now come back to pivot, the pivot table which we are working with. Go to that pivot table, right click on that. Yeah, right click, refresh. Some you are getting, no doubt, but why it is coming up like this? Okay, we'll check that. Now bring sales USD one more time. Now go to the sum of sales USD2 column header. Yep. Go there, right click. So values as percentage of column total. Yeah. Now select everything from the that numbers, decimals, whatever it is coming up. No, no, that entire column data first you select. Only the data, not the column heading. Okay, it is showing percentage. Now go for data text to column. Data text to column. Yeah, next, next. Yeah, third one is showing general, general to date. Change it to date and click finish. No need to do any changes. Just general to date. Date option you change. Yes, select that. and finish. Click OK. Something has gone wrong. Go to the formulas. Go to the formulas tab. Formulas tab. Yes. Towards your right side, there is a calculation options. Just see calculations options. Automatic. Fine. Then there is no problem at all in the data. Mhm. Okay, close this file. Yeah, save it. Save it. No problem. Now go to that other file, the original file, data analysis, whatever it was. Yeah, go and open there. Yeah. For the timing, you select everything. Control T. Yeah, convert into table. Control T. T for Tango. Right, click OK. Then go to insert. Pivot table icon. Yeah, click there. Yes, click OK. Then take sales USD and product descriptions to the rows and bring sales this year into columns, year into columns. Right. Now grand total you remove it. Go into the design. Go into the design. Go to grand total and make the on for columns only. Then you go for over here, keeping the cursor, then bring sales USD one more time to the value field area and go for right click on sales USD2, show values as percentage of column total. Yeah, now it is working fine. So there might be some problem in that file. Nothing else. Everything is fine. All right. So this is how we have got a new column naming over here people as our revenue percentage. The one what we are discussing about is nothing but we are going to get the number of invoices. Since we do not have any field called number of invoices, how to get that? Just see. 1 minute, watch my screen again. I'll take sales USD over here. I got a new column, sum of sales USD2. I'll go for right click on that column header. There is an option called summarize values by. By default, it shows sum. I will change it to count. So when I go for count over here with immediate effect, can you see? It shows me the list of invoices. So I can name it as invoice count. So this is how the columns technically we prepared manually. It doesn't need at all. We can create all these things in the pivot itself, and people will love to see that because there is no such kind of columns in the source data, but we could create all these things. That's what the beauty. And once it is ready, you can present your data. So if you look at in this format, the data is there. Ideally, what should be the order? First, invoice count, followed by invoice value, followed by invoice value in terms of percentage. So this order, how to bring it, how to change the order. Just see. Invoice count, if you see the last field, there's a small navigation button is there. I could click and I can go for move to beginning. So once I go for this with immediate effect, it will change the whole order. Now you see, whatever we are expecting, we got that without taking any manual column help. everything in the pivot itself. So give it a try and confirm all these things are working. Any doubt, any queries? So going to the field, sales UST over here, bringing it over here. Okay. Then the new field, whatever it comes, you should go for right click, summarize values by count. Hope all of you are getting the same. Any doubt, any queries?
I'm sorry, sir. My screen was frozen, so I was not able to do it. We need to do the same thing, right? As we have changed
Already,
the.
I have dropped a message in the chat box. You can also refer that. Same thing as it is, but only thing is you have to go for the option change, summarize values by. Instead of sum, you have to go for count.
Can you please show the table? The Excel. Sorry.
This is Excel. You
So
can share your screen if at all any problem is there.
yes, sir. I'm doing that.
Mhm.
Give me a minute. So here I just
Oh,
right
change the
click.
name. No, 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 not in the column header. Yeah, right click, summarize values by count.
Found this.
Perfect. Yes.
Yeah, it's there, but
Now, only thing you have to change the order. You first rename the same invoice count.
yeah, 1 minute. Found. So
Yes. Move to beginning. Move to
big.
beginning. Yep. Now the order
Oh,
will be changed. You can align them center, everything you can do.
so yeah, yes. Got it, sir.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So I believe everybody's clear and we are done with our pivot table number 8. All right. So with this, we'll go for a short break. Okay. In my system, it is 4:32. 15 minutes, so 4:45. The dot 4:45, is that okay? So have a brisk and come back soon. We'll discuss our rest of the topics. Yeah, today mistakes are happening. All right, so I'll be mute. I'll be back at 4:45. I believe everybody is back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Fine. So we have done with our pivot table number 8. Let's do one thing. Holding the control button, drag it to the right. So we got another pivot ready, naming called pivot table number 9. So we have done with our revenue percentage. You can remove that. Our invoice count, we can remove it. Then once you remove the same, we can see our row wise grand total is missing. We have to bring it back. The same option, where to go, keeping the cursor in pivot, going to design, grand total, but option will be changing to on for rows and columns. From the top second one, on for rows and columns. And with immediate effect, you will be finding your row wise grand total is restored. So kindly confirm once you get your data ready in this format, pivot table number 9. Now,
While I was doing the copy, my pivot 8 got completely disturbed.
no, disturb in the sense.
Let me share my screen. I had all the values as per.
No, that you keep your cursor in one of the cell of the pivot, huh? There you keep your cursor, then only will come. So there is only one value you're taking. It's fine.
No, in pivot we had that revenue and everything, right? So
You
I
had removed that. You have removed that. That's why it has gone. So go to pivot table number 9. Go to pivot table number 9. Right. So pivot 8 you have removed. That's why when you copy that, same thing it comes.
right. Uh, okay, fine. I'll just check the recording and I'll set it up.
Yeah. Yeah. So pivot table number 9. Let's discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table. So here we are going to learn a beautiful concept naming called how to design or create a dashboard using pivot table. All right. So dashboard nowadays, which is hotcake in the market or quite demand in the corporate world. And whenever you take bunch of files, nobody likes to see them. Everyone expects the report to be in one page of report or a one page of format or one interface. Everything should be available or one worksheet. Entire thing we can fetch it. So that's called
Uh,
this definitely. Yeah.
I'm very sorry to interrupt, sir. Can you please allow me a minute here so that I can quickly reconnect? I cannot see your screen and I was waiting for this not pie chart which you are about to explain. Can I just join in a minute? Could you please hold?
Pie chart. I never explained pie
So
chart
not
anything.
about pivot table. From pivot table, we want to go to the demographic view, right?
Dashboard. We are going to
Yeah.
work out any. Okay, you want to, I mean, log out and log in again. For that, we're
Yes.
asking time. Okay, no
Yes.
problem. That's fine.
I'll do it right away. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Thank you. I can
So,
see.
when you go for this kind of dashboards, what is the common factor you find is nothing but a drop-down list. Then it will be allowing you to select some variables out of that. And once you choose a particular variable, then a tabular data will appear. And once based on the tabular data, you will be getting a charts and graphs, and that makes a perfect dashboard. So I'm going to take you through some real-time dashboards, which will be giving more clarity what we are up to, what you're going to achieve, and what is our ambition at this state. We are going to have the clear picture on that. So next 5 minutes, just watch my screen. No need to do anything on your screen and try to understand what we are up to. Okay. So I'm going to take you through some real-time dashboards, or I call it as a sophisticated dashboards, people. Okay. So first I'm going to take you through one HR dashboard. Just watch my screen. Uh, yeah. Here. See, you can see multiple charts, graphs, everything. This is called a chart dashboard of one organization over here. Just watch my screen. So multiple charts, graphs, line, column, pie, bar, everything over here in one interface, and some tabular data, some ready-made numbers you could see over here. One box is there showing the entire department names. The client has gone 5 different locations, offices, that name is there, city names. Last 9 years data we have taken to analyze and we are trying to present it over here. And these are the list of employees names who are working in the organization. All right. So this is how we got all the records in one interface. And this is what we call it as a sophisticated dashboard. Now, how it works, I'll tell you. Suppose say at any point of time you want to know in IT department what is that headcount trend in last 9 years. So I'm here going to choose as IT and this chart is going to change. Just focus on this chart. I'm going to change IT. Is it changing? Yes, with immediate effect. Now, if you want to know in IT department, New York City, what is the headcount trend? This chart is going to change when I go for looking at New York. Since this is already selected IT, thus this chart is going to change. Now, IT department, New York City, in 2004, what was the breakup of salary? This is going to change. And based on that, this chart and this chart is going to change. You see, IT department, New York City, 2004. Is it changing? All these two charts over here? Yes. So this is how people, you can see on a click of button, everything is happening in one interface. And to create something like this or to design something like this, yes, it needs time, but it's of just one-time investment. And once you made it ready, now on a click of button, you can operate. But to create something like this, 9 years data, you must have that. Then only you can play around. Then 90% calculations since afternoon, whatever we have been doing, 90% calculations are pivot table calculations, nothing else. Then one more sheet just to update the data on periodical basis. Like any employee leaves the company, I should remove it. Any employee new joins over here, I can add it. Similarly, if I go for department, any other new department has been introduced over here, I should add it over here. And any new place my office is opened, I should keep adding. Any new year data I want to present it along with the existing one, I should keep adding. So in the backend, I should keep operating all these changes. I need to keep doing that. But this one, always it is ready. So this is called a sophisticated dashboard. And nowadays, this is being outsourced by the corporates. They hire the consultants, they pay the hefty amount, and then they get it done by them. And on an average, they pay minimum 25 to 30,000 for each and every dashboards to design. Now think about it. Not like this, at least 50% of the work, if you're able to do, that will be a great achievement for the company and as well as for you also, isn't it? So this is called a sophisticated dashboard. Now, I'm going to take you through one sales dashboard. Just watch my screen. So here again, you can see multiple charts, graphs, everything is there. Month data is also available, and then product categories, sales representative names, and the regions. Everything is over here. Now, if I want to know as a chief marketing officer of my company, I want to see that how is the performance of my region, Eastern Zone. So I'll go to Eastern. Now, entire information changes for Eastern Zone. Now in Eastern Zone, I want to know how is the performance of Jenny Paul. I can just click on this name of the salesman and the entire details for salesman Jenny Paul is appearing. Now I want to know in Eastern Zone, Jenny Paul in the month of May, how is the status? If I go and click on May, this is what the status in the month of May. So on a click of button, everything is happening. So more or less, we are going to design or create something like this. So hope you got a clarity what we are up to. What's your belief system says? Is it going to help you if you learn? Imanshu is saying yes.
Yeah, this will help to a great extent.
Right. Fine then. So we are going to design something like that. But certain ground rules you need to follow. Whenever you are thinking to design such kind of dashboards, people, okay, then you need to follow certain rules. Rule number one, you need to take multiple objects. And when you take multiple objects, you have to ensure that pinpoint accuracy or the alignment is there. And when you take multiple objects, make sure that you are taking some high definition colorful buttons. That is going to add more beauty to your reports. Having said this, now just go to one cell above to our pivot area. You could see some more blank rows are there. Keep your cursor in one blank row and insert a row. How to insert a row? Alt I R. One by one. I for insert, R for rows. Alt I R. And to repeat the last action, go for F4. So create some 10 to 15 blank row items. If you do not need them, then later we'll delete, but make sure you have created some blank rows above to the pivot area. So I'm working with full screen. So anybody is having any doubts, queries, you can unmute. Or if you happen to see somebody has dropped me a text, please remind me.
Right now, we want us to enter the rows. Right?
Sorry.
Want us to blank rows.
Yeah, above to the pivot table, you have to insert the blank rows. Alt I R, and to repeat the last action, F4. Keep hitting.
Okay.
Now, keep your cursor in the pivot table anywhere and go to your analyze or pivot table, analyze the tab, whatever you have, depending upon the version of your Microsoft Excel. And then we have an option called insert slicer. If you remember, we have done some same thing in our day two, but we have just seen a glimpse of that. But today we are going to work with Fullscape and we'll do in-depth discussion on this thing. So let's go for it. Insert slicer. Then you'll be finding a dialog box, something comes up like this, and over there, all the field hits, whatever we had in our source data sheet, it is showing on the screen. So these are nothing but the slicers, and slicers are nothing but like working like a filter buttons. But the beauty of slicers is they are going to work like a visual filter button. Means you can see everything on your screen while operating through the filters. That's what the beauty. But the moment you have thought to integrate the same at your pivot table, then you need to follow a rule. Rule says that first you watch on your pivot table how many fields or what are the fields you have taken. So we have taken year, product description, sales USD. Those three fields you should not choose as a slicer any point of time because that will be amounting as a duplication of fields and it is not going to play any role. And there's no point of taking those fields where already it is there embedded in the pivot. So apart from those three fields, anything else you want to work with, you must choose that. What are they? Like, I want to do customer wise data analysis. I can take that. I want to go for salesperson wise analysis. I'll select it. I do want to see the report based on the regions. I have taken it. And then I want to check the data month wise. Don't take months, take month only. So I repeat, you can cross check customer, salesperson, region, month. And once you select, click OK, you will be finding four fields: customer, salesperson, region, month, everything is ready. Now, once I got it, later I realized I need to take one more field also. No issues. You can again keep your cursor in pivot, going to pivot table analyze, insert slicer, same option. Now, suppose I forgot to take product type also. I can take it. So this is how n number of fields, whatever you want, you can take it. As long as you can accommodate in the same window, you can take that many of slicers. Now, only thing is you have to take the slicers and you have to align that in the space what we have designed. But the moment you are thinking to select a slicer, you should hold that selection on the slicer name. And that one you have to select something like this and arrange it. It's up to you what you want to keep it in the first or the end or beginning. So you can keep arranging the data. Okay. Don't click anywhere in between the slicer, so that the meaning will be different. So we'll go step by step confirmation. Kindly confirm once it is done.
So after Alt IR, you said F4 for something. What was that for?
To repeat the last action,
What is that key?
F4,
Only F4.
F4, F1,
Okay.
F2, F3, F4, the top row, it is there. So you should take F4 only. And if it is not your direct key, you should go with function with F4.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
Hope this is working. Any difficulties? Now, once we have done with this, now please stay focused on my screen for a minute. Though we have aligned our slicers in a beautiful pattern, but the look and feel is not so great. So we need to beautify these slicers. So we need to do some cosmetics works. Now what we can do, just see, if I select one slicer tab exclusively in the extreme right of my ribbon tab will be activated. So this name would be slightly different. Somewhere it is options or slicer tools options or design, depending upon the version of Microsoft Excel. You might be having the name, but yes, options inside the remains the same. So once I go for this slicer tab, there is an option called columns, and by default it shows one. you can increase the column number over here. So automatically it will start distributing to multiple columns. Now you can see those vertical scroll bars, whatever it was there, it has been removed. So it is up to you how many columns you want to distribute, multiple columns at 2, 3, 4, 5. It's up to you. There is no hard and fast rule. But yes, once you do the same, what happens? We are unable to read our data. So no issues. You can extend that slicer. You can enhance the slicer width like this, and you can present it. It's up to you. Now suppose that this is my slicers. I have gone for it. Now I'll go to month. I will change it to 3. I'll go to region. I'll make it to 3, 4, whatever you want. Okay. So I did it. Now, when I do this, what is happening? I am unable to read some columns properly. So you can enhance those width of those particular slices and the data should be in a proper readable format. Now, once we do this, you can notice all the slicers are looking alike. So how to add some kind of colorful buttons kind of look? Just say, I'll select one of the slicer. I'll go to same slicer tab and there are multiple slicer styles are available. So I can go for more style. It opens with two broad categories, light and dark. I can take anything from the dark side and automatically it will be applying different colors over here. So whichever the colors you like the most, you can take it. It's completely up to you to take your call. But ensure you are using some dark colors so that to be looking like a perfect high definition colorful buttons.
So the size doesn't matter here with this dark color.
No, it is not going to because see here we need them just to beautify
uh,
our report. If you see most of the
to
dashboards will
highlight.
be having the high definition colorful buttons. So here it is not going to make much of difference because we are using its slices, not with the cells, not with the entire row or entire column.
Okay. Slices, it's okay. Okay.
So once it is ready, do let me know so that I can proceed. All right. Yes, Parmesh.
Slicer option is not showing in my window. Can I share
What is
my
that
screen?
last? What is that? Okay, no problem. You can share your screen.
Uh, because the options are different from GC you are using.
No problem. Let me have a
Can you
look.
see this one?
Yeah, you have the design, right? You have the design. See, select one slicer. First, you select one slicer. You are in
Okay, I
pivot
select
table.
this one.
Now you can see options
Yeah,
is showing.
select this one.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. You see the extreme right of your ribbon. What is that it is showing? Slicer tools option. Top. Extreme top. Yes, towards your left a bit. See in front of you. What you see now you're in the home tab. You are in the home
Okay,
tab. In the same row,
Okay.
see the last one. In the same row, see the last one. What is that tab you
Option.
have?
Slicer.
That's what.
Yeah. Slicer tool. Option.
Yeah, that is what.
Okay. This is the column. Okay. Options. So if I make three. Don't change. Okay. Okay. Okay.
You do it,
Okay.
do
I'll
it,
try
do,
to do
do the
that.
changes, do the changes. Go to month, go to month. No, see, don't. That is what you should not do. Don't try to enlarge or
Okay.
reduce the height and width or like this. First, you do the changes.
Okay.
Go to month, and make it of three.
Okay.
Go to customer and make it of three. If you want to make
Okay.
it four, also you can do. Now enhance the customer slicer. Enhance the customer width. Customer slicer width. Yeah, select that by customer name. Yeah, customer header is there. No, select that.
Yeah.
Select
Okay.
it. Click it. You are not. Now you enhance the width. Increase the width. The buttons are there. Right side. The wall button is there. See, you
This
are
one.
going the no, 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 no. In the center of the right side wall, there is a round color button is there. Round button is there. No, no. In the see, don't go to the menu options. Same slicer only.
Oh,
Same slicer only.
okay.
Top, bottom, left, right. Four walls are there. Four lines are there.
I was my
Hmm.
mind was not working. Sorry for that.
It is working. It is working. See, you are not going from. Can you see in the wall the outline, that customer slicer outline? Can you see the borders? Top,
Yes. Yes.
bottom, left, right borders are there. You take your mouse pointer a little bit
Okay.
down, down, down towards your right now. No, no, you're going further down in the center, in the center towards your right in the center.
Uh, so one thing, uh,
1 minute, Dhananjay,
Parmesh,
1 minute, 1 minute.
no, I think no,
So
Parmesh,
Yeah.
you
Please.
या यू हैव दिस सिलेक्टेड ना अभी आपको राइट हैंड साइड में जो दिख रहा है आपको तीन डॉट्स दिख रहे हैं राइट सबसे एक टॉप में
Yeah.
एक हाँ तो जो बीच वाला सर्कल है उसको आपको ड्रैग करना है उसको उस पे पॉइंटर लेके जाइए आप और उसको ड्रैग करिए
not from the
टूवर्ड्स योर
bottom,
राइट
not from the
Uh,
bottom, not from the bottom, from the right side.
okay.
You are see the button, what you hold in bottom side
This
in the
is the
same
right
fashion.
side.
No, no,
हाँ
no. Go up, go up. Same line, go up. Same line, go.
This one.
That is your top. Similarly, right side, see right side. Similarly, see right side.
This one. Right
You are
side.
going your
Okay.
left. Come down in the center, in the same line center. Come down.
Center.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. That you have to hold it and drag it to the right. Drag it, drag it, so that you can make it in a readable state.
Okay.
Fine. So
So
now
I
you
have to do.
now you bring salesperson closer to product type. Bring salesperson
Okay.
closer to. See, there is a distance.
Salesperson.
Bring it
Salesperson.
closer. Bring closer to the product type slicer. Not there. Not there. Not there. Salesperson where it is written. Perfect. A little bit spacing. Fine. Similarly, bring region closer to salesperson. Come up. Yes. Now little bit enhance. Wait. Little bit enhance the. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
your region's details are not visible properly, so you can little bit enhance the way you do for customer. Similarly, go for region to also to expand bit. Yes. Now take month bit away from region. Take month bit away from region. Don't drag
Okay.
it. Select month slicer and
Okay.
shift little bit spacing you should have between region and month. Yes.
Okay.
Now region slicer is there towards the left. You please enhance from the bottom. See, don't adjust from the bottom. That is what I'm telling. Don't adjust from the bottom.
Mm,
Same thing you did for region also. Don't adjust from the bottom.
No, here it is coming.
Yeah, fine. That's perfect. That's what. See, no need to extend. Like you can read. No, you can as long as you can
Yeah, yeah.
read. That's fine. You don't need to
Okay,
unwantedly extend it.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
Right. So now I'm taking the control back on the screen. So this is how people you can notice on my screen. And we have aligned our slices properly. And once this is done over here, now what's the next step? Just watch my screen first for 1 minute. Don't do parallelly. Watch my screen, what I'm doing. Observe. Next 1 minute, you can try the same on your screen also. See, I have selected one slicer. I'll go for Control A to select all the slicers. Then I'll go to my slicer tab, and there we have an option called anybody's mic is on, kindly keep the mic on mute. So what I did, I selected one slicer, then I went for Control A to select all the slicers. Then I have gone to my slicer tab. There's an option called Align. So I'll go to this Align option and I choose Align Top. Then again I'll go to Align and there I should go for Distribute horizontally. Now why distribute horizontally? Because the spacing between the slicers also has to be uniform. So I need to go for distribute horizontally. And the final step, do not ever forget, is next to align, we have an option called group. So we should go and select the group. So what is going to happen with that? It will turn to be a single object, and that is very, very essential. If we do not do so, then our slices will start overlapping with each other. So this is very, very essential. Finally, you have to do that. And once this is ready, you could notice there is a lot of empty space in the bottom side of each and every slicer. How to work around with that? There is a button over here. Once you make it, the circular button in the bottom side, right? Should hold it and drag it to the top and ensure that while doing this process, you should not regain the status of your vertical scroll bars. You have to be very sure about this. And this is how we have arranged all our slices. Kindly confirm this after doing this. All these things, whatever we discussed, it's playing a very great role. So dashboards, the finishing touch is very, very important.
I'm not able to get the colors over here as you have shown. Can I share my screen?
Yep.
So if I go
Colors,
here,
because you have already clicked inside. I told you not to do that. You did that. See, each and every slicer top right corner, you just keep clearing the slicers filters. Yeah, click that. The others also. Right.
from here
Yes.
to
Then you have to go for align, align top, again align, distribute horizontally. Again go to group, make a group, and from bottom side drag it up. Can take off a minute. Yes, perfect.
I'm stopping the screen share.
Now, I believe everybody is done up to this level. Anybody still struggling, need my support, do let me know. All right. Now, once we have done with this, just watch my screen for next 1 minute again. Between the slicers and pivot, there is some unwanted row items are there. So kindly delete those rows. Okay. And once you delete those rows, this pivot table fields dialog box from the right side, whatever it is appearing, this is not going to play any more role in our pivot demonstration or dashboard presentation. So we can switch off that. There's a close button or cross button is there. You can close that. And now this is ready. As I told you, when you have our tabular data, there must be a charts and graphs also should be there. So what we can do, if you look at our pivot table, when you keep your cursor, we'll go to pivot table analyze or analyze whichever the tab you have based on your version. You have an option called pivot chart. And once you go and click pivot chart, it will take you to your entire chart family and no need to do any changes. Go and click OK. Now this chart is going to come clustered column. We need to align that next to the data and enhance the width exactly in line with our slicer. So beautiful chart will be ready. Kindly do that. First thing, remove the blank row items between the slicer and pivot. Then close that pivot table field list box. Then keeping the cursor in pivot, go to analyze. And then go to pivot chart and click OK. So could you please confirm everyone once it is ready? I got a confirmation from Sukada. How about others?
This chart option, where is this option?
In the
Chart
analyze, in the analyze, you have the option over there, pivot chart.
analyze pivot chart.
All right, so now once this is done, just watch my screen. You can see some beauty when you have the charts is ready-made filter buttons. So this kind of filter button you have only in case of pivot chart. In the normal chart course of action, you will never get it. That's what the beauty. And whenever you have a chart in pivot table, so what you need to do, first select your chart, go to the design tab in the top, and there many more styles are there. So we should take the last one. Well, now, why the last one? Because it will be giving you some kind of glossy impact or some kind of embossing effect or kind of a shadow impact, anything, you can get it from the last style. But the problem is once you change the style, the unwanted grid lines are also available. Okay. So these grid lines are not looking good, so you need to remove it. But how? When you select a chart towards your right side or the left side of the chart area, a plus symbol will turn up. So this plus symbol you have to click and remove the grid lines. And then again, entire thing is neat and clean. So these two things, minimum formatting with regard to chart, you must do whenever you go for pivot table and slicers. Kindly do that. Select the chart, go to chart design or design, going to the style, the last one. Then select the chart, click on the plus symbol, remove the grid line checkbox. Fine. Now take a look. So far, whatever we have done, anybody can do that. It's not a rocket science or extraordinary things we did it. So now the time has come how to make our presentation different from others. So what you can do over here is you can simply remove the unwanted things from this. So what is the meaning by unwanted things? Watch my screen. In this piece of data, whatever we have, people, if you look at our screen, just see. Yeah. What is unwanted? So this kind of formula bar is unwanted. Column headers are unwanted. Row headers are unwanted. And ribbon bar, this option is also unwanted. So how to remove all these things? Just see. Keep your cursor in any of the blank cell and go to the View tab. You will be finding there are three options over here like grid lines, headings, formula bar. All the checkboxes are on. You can remove the same. Then this ribbon bar is not required as we discussed, but how to remove it? We cannot remove it. Only thing is we can hide and unhide. And to hide the same, Control F1. So Control F1 is the keyboard shortcut to hide or unhide the ribbon. If it is not your direct key, go with Function Control F1 and check. Now, what kind of feeling you are getting? As if a blank page is there, entire template is embedded on that. Are you getting such kind of feeling?
Yes, sir.
Right.
It's looking very good.
Yes. So kindly confirm all of you. Just a message, D for done.
So now, sir, if we just now we have taken it, the product type and everything is looking good. We have made all things go disappear. And if you want to just change the alignment of the entire thing towards the middle of the worksheet, can we
No, no,
use the,
worksheet. No, I did not get you. What is the question? Middle of the worksheet, what exactly?
no, no, no. So let me share my screen for a minute. I'll make it quick. So right now we have this view, right?
Okay.
Now if you want, now I can see that there is lot of space over here. So if I just want to go ahead and take off all the empty space and just keep it to what we have over here.
You can zoom a bit. You can zoom a bit from the bottom right corner. You have a zooming option. You can zoom a bit so that it will be seeming you are occupying the interspace. You can. No, 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 no. See, you have to bring it left side. All the data should be available. No.
Yeah.
So those things you can use the zooming option so that you can good give a good coverage on that.
Okay.
Right. Now take a look on my screen over here. The moment we have done with all these stuffs, as I told you, what you need to remove, the unwanted stuffs, how to remove, we have seen that. Now kindly take a look at my screen. What I am telling now over here is not mandatory, it's optional, but it will be an add-on to your data. How? I'll tell you. Just watch my screen for a minute. See, as I told you in day one, if you got 365 at your workplace, we are really blessed. So I'm going to take you through something. Just watch my screen. No need to do all these things. This is optional, not mandatory. So suppose say I went to insert shapes. I took a rectangle and from there, uh-uh, okay, something is really killing. Yeah. So I did a rectangular box. Okay. Now I have taken it out. I went to shape format. I changed the color to something say gray, and the text color I'm making it a white color. And there I'm just typing naming over here called sales dashboard. Okay. I'll increase the font size and then I'll make it center. And once this is done, I'll go to my insert. I'll go for icons. So this option is available if you are in 2019 and above versions of Microsoft Excel. As I told you, it will be connecting to your Microsoft Office server. There you can take some infographic icons. So I'll go for suppose something from chart related stuffs. And I believe this one is quite making sense. I can take this, insert. Now this will be embedded over here. I'll take it out in the right side and I'll go to graphics format and here I'll change this color. Now once this is done over here, okay, this is there, right? Now to claim that this is not a simple ordinary data, to claim that this data belongs to my organization, my department, what I can do, just watch my screen and I'll go for here. So I'll go for data logo. Now, when I go for it, now whichever the logo, I believe it is my pertaining to my organizations, I can take simply that over here. Say, this is what I believe. I'll copy this and I'll come back over here and I'll paste it. So this is occupying the entire space. Fine. I'll go for picture format. I'll crop a bit. Now this one, I'll put it across over here. Suppose that the background field is not good. So what I can do, I'll keep it outside. Okay. Now I'll go for taking a snipping options. I'll go for new. And I'll paste it. This is taking over here. See. So this one I'll delete. And this one I take it. Now it looks good. So this is an add-on. This is not mandatory, but when you do like this, you are claiming that this data is fully authenticated and this is belong to my department, my organizations, wherever you are presenting it, and that will be giving a add-on and a beautiful feeling to the audience as well. So this is something you can try it during the practicing hours, but this is an add-on. Now, Remember one thing, being a presenter, never ever show many more information to the audience. The more the information you show, the more the questions people are going to ask. And you don't have whole day to present your information. In meeting, hardly we get 10 to 15 minutes time to present or showcase the entire story. So there is no point of hiding the sheets, because if you hide, sometimes anybody who is going to right click, the unhide option also will be activated. So control your information in such a way, except you, nobody should know where is your workings, where is your primary data, where is your source data, where is your output, except you, nobody should know that. Then how to deal with it? Just see. Go to the file menu, start working with me. Go to the file menu. In the bottom, do you see options over here? More. If it is not showing the direct option, there will be a more button. And within more, you have a options tab. And when you go to that options tab, there's an option category called advanced in the left side. And in this left side advanced tab, if you look at over here, there is a scroll bar also coming up. And in this scroll bar, if you look at, just drag it somewhere in the middle, you'll be finding a section called display. And in that, there is a section called display options for this workbook and show sheet tabs. It is on. What do you need to do? Going to file, going to Excel options, and there, advanced tab, you need to scroll it down, and there you get display options for this workbook, show sheet tabs. You have to deactivate and you have to click OK. This is the thing you have to do. And see on your screen. Do you see all your entire sheet tabs are hidden? Right? So except you, nobody will be ever be knowing how many sheets you have created, how many pivot tables you have designed, and where is your source data, where is your pivot. Nobody will be knowing. Hope you're getting the same setup. Yes, Aditya, you can go for control page down, control page up. You have the option that is already listed in our keyboard shortcuts to move around or navigate around one sheet to other. If it is not your dedicated key, a page down, it is integrated with your row keys, like your arrow keys up and down or left or right, then you should use control function page up or control function page down. Right. So I believe you are in the same page, whatever I'm showing on the screen. Now, just 1 minute, watch my screen. This is what suppose I have created, presented or designed. My boss is asking me, Pravas, are you ready for the presentation? I said yes. Then he invited me to the presentation area. He has greeted to all our delegates in the meeting room. And then he asked me, Pravas, please start the show. So when I showed all these things, he asked me that Pravas, we are not interested to see last 3 years data as such. Just show us only 2021. I can simply go to my year filter and I can choose 2021. And when I click OK, only 2021 records are visible. Those who are interested in seeing my billions and millions, they are looking at my pivot table data. Those who do not have the time, they can simply go and work with the story. From Genex Nano, we got the maximum revenue, and from Sumo Gold, we got the least revenue. Pretty simple. Now, when I showed this next to my boss, suppose my chief marketing officer is sitting. He asked me a question, Pravas, if this is the history of 2021, can you show me the performance of salesman 5? I'll go to my salesperson, I'll choose SM5, and this is the whole story of salesman 5. It turns up immediately on a click of button. Now, looking at the same, again, he asked one more question. If this is the history of salesman 5 for 2021, can you show me his performance for the month of May? So I'll go to my month slicer. I can choose May over here, and this is the whole story turns up. See, on a click of button. So only one product Hexa he has sold, and which country? The countries over here, if you look at Africa, which customer? Tuli Motors. And which product category? Utility vehicles. So like this, on a click of button, when you go and present it, that is called nothing but a dashboard. And this is how when you integrate your slicers with pivot and pivot chart, that becomes a one-pager report of yours. So this is how people, by using pivot table, how to create or design a beautiful dashboard. We got the information. Just check it out. All these navigations are happening. Any doubt, any queries, feel free to ask.
This refresh button will not come for filter and this thing, getting the pivot automatically created. That will not be included in this, yeah.
Automatically created. I did not get you.
But I spoke about this dashboard. No, one of my means backend had done. He used to
Mhm.
click on a refresh button, and
Mhm.
automatically the data used to get filtered and got converted into pivot.
No, that might be some macro program would be running in the backend. Automatically, it will never happen. If your
Okay,
macro program is there, the entire pivot, what we do it manually, your macro program will be doing the same. Like that kind of a trigger button. When you go for refresh, it's a trigger button to create the pivot table.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
So I believe all these steps are working the way we have navigated to our pivot table. Any doubt, any queries? Okay. Now, once it is done, how to restore the data? So each and every slicer, when you operate in the top right corner, a clear filter button would be there. So you have to keep clicking them and the data will start restoring. So we did with one chart, chart also restored. Now, what are the other things we have to activate? Like the way we have deactivated all the sheet tabs, same fashion, going to file, where, options, then advanced, then need to scroll down, get display and display options for this workbook, show sheet tabs. And checkbox once you activate, click OK, and you got your sheet tabs ready. Now, what is the other things we have to activate over here? Keeping the cursor in a blank cell, going to the View tab, you could see there are some options like we had deactivated manually, headings, grid lines, formula bar. So all these three options again we need to activate. Okay. So this is how people we have understood in pivot table number 9 how to present our data in a one-pager report in a beautiful format over there by using pivot table. So all good so far, whatever we discussed. Now, let us go for our pivot table number 6, and selecting that, holding the control button, drag it to the right. So you got another pivot ready, naming called pivot table number 10. Please bring that pivot 10. Fine. Now, keeping your cursor in pivot, just right click, you will be having show field list option. And from this salesperson work is over, we can remove it. Now, so far, what you would have seen over here is in one Excel sheet, we have created one Excel pivot table. It means, as a layman, if I'm talking about one worksheet, one pivot table, but all are having a unique story. What if you have to create multiple pivot tables and showcase multiple stories in one Excel interface or one Excel worksheet? How to do that? So we have one pivot table. Keep your cursor and select entirely. Control A. Copy that. Control C. Leaving one or two rows down, paste it below. So now you got two pivot tables. Just check it out. Fine. Now, once we have done with this, what's your belief system says? Is it two different pivot table or is it the same?
Sir, when copied or when we just created a duplicate tab, how did we remove all the components of the dashboard?
No, which component you're talking about?
Oh, in pivot number 9, we have created all the components, right? The product type, salesperson, region, etc. And then we
Uh-huh.
have now we copied the same table
No, no, no.
and
We have
so
copied
tab.
pivot 6. We have copied pivot 6. We have not copied pivot 9.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. So here, Suraj is saying same, Aditya is saying same. Okay. If you are thinking it is same, you are right. If you are thinking it's too different, that also you are right. How? How it can be both? See, I'll tell you. If you remember, I told you when you design our first pivot table, I told you each and every pivot table has a unique name. So if you want to differentiate this, you want to understand, see, if I go for my first pivot table, right click on that from the bottom, pivot table options. If I go and click the second one, this is going to take me to a page where the windows it is showing my pivot table name. Check it out. Is it showing pivot one for everyone or something different? No, no issues, no worries, but there is a name, right? Remember that. Now go and do the same for below pivot table. Right click pivot table options. Can you see a different name for that? So name will be different. Someone will be having pivot table 12, someone will be 15, 20, 25, 32, depends. But there is a different name. So now we are confirmed that though it is two different pivot tables over here by name, but there's no point having the same information over here. So how to present it? Something giving more add-on to the data. Keep your cursor in the second pivot table, remove product description, rather bring customer to the row area. Then to differentiate it, going to the design, change the colors, and this is a different pivot table you can see. So one, it is showing the product wise last 3 years revenue. Second one, customer wise last 3 years revenue. So kindly confirm once it is ready.
So what is the shortcut key to bring the pivot table field?
Shortcut key. You can simply
What?
go for right click, hide show field list. This is one. Else, if you're looking for a shortcut, then you have to activate pivot table analyze, then show field list. Then you have to go for this field list option. So that you have to do the menu activation. Like you can go for Alt. Now pivot table JT, and within that you can go for this field list L. So once you go for this, this will be deactivated. So again, Alt JT L. All right. So now we have done with this, and this pivot table field is no longer playing a role. I can remove it. Now, here, whenever you have pivot table people, I have taken the customer. You can see I have worked with 10 to 15 max customers, but it's not necessary or mandatory that my organizations will have to work only 15 customers. There might be a chance 1000 or 100 or 500 or 200 customers may be there. But the entire thing, if I bring it, it is going to occupy my entire space of this particular worksheet. And my customers or my audience is not interested to see the entire volume of data. So there's no point of bringing as it is data to pivot table. So what exactly people are looking at? Top 5 customers, top 10 customers, or bottom 5 customers, or bottom 10 customers. This is what we have to present it. But how to do that? Just see. In the second pivot table, while customer is there, you can see there's a filter button over here. I'll take it. There's an option called value filters. If I go there, in the bottom, there's an option called top 10. I'll go for that and I'll choose instead of top 10, I will make it 5. And when I click OK, you can see my top 5 customers details will be visible. Just check it out. Going to the customer filter, value filter, top 10. Within that, when you click top 5. Okay. Similarly, go to the first pivot table. Instead of product description, the entire product, I'll go only for top 5 products. So I'll go for value filter, top 10, again top 5. Now between the first and second pivot table, unwanted rows are there. So leaving 1 or 2 rows, rest of the rows I'll delete. Then if you look at the below pivot table, it is not presented in a beautiful story format. So I can keep my cursor in the grand total, any cell, right click on that. I'll go for sort largest to smallest. Nothing new. We have already done that. So once it is ready, kindly confirm. Now, once we have done with this, the next step, say, if you have multiple pivot table people, the problem what you're going to face is when you start working with pivot and try doing this refresh and all, the formatting will goes for toss all the time. So this is what the recurring action we need to avoid. How? Once you believe, okay, this is my final format I have to retain all the time, then you have to do a procedure. What is that? Keeping your cursor anywhere in the pivot table, right click. From the bottom second one, pivot table options. And when you go for that, it will take you to a dialog box where you could see auto feed column widths and update. This option by default, it will always remain on. You got to deactivate this. So what will be happening? The last what you have saved, that will be written as a final format and it will never go and get changed. Then click OK. Similarly, you have to repeat for the below pivot table, right click, pivot table options, and auto fit column width and update. Done. Then next, keep your cursor in the first pivot table. Go to pivot table analyze or analyze depending upon the version of your Microsoft Excel. Then go for pivot chart. Click OK. Leave little bit space between the data and the chart and then extend the chart in this pattern. Okay. Then go and repeat for the below pivot table also. Right click on this. We're going for pivot table analyze, pivot chart. So as I told you, when you have the chart in place, you must go for design and take the last tile and remove the grid lines from the plus symbol. Need to repeat the same for the other charts as well and remove the grid lines. So kindly confirm once your pivot table, pivot chart, formatting, everything is done. I will proceed.
Prabhas, I just have one
Hello.
doubt. How is
Mhm.
your Excel sheet, which is on the screen, is looking so white? I mean, there are no lines. Seeing we can't
Going
see any
to
lines.
going to view. I told you that you should remove these grid lines.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. All right. Can I take that? Everyone is ready with two pivot table, two pivot chart with all the necessary data cleansing and formatting. All right. So now here, take a look. I'll go to my first pivot table and then I'll go to my analyze or pivot table analyze. I'll go for insert slicer and then I'll activate my region. Suppose I want to work with my region wise pivot table data. And when I go and click it, this is ready. Now I know how to resize this. All these formattings, we have learned the techniques, not a problem. So I can enhance this and then I'll go over here. I'll change the color a bit. Now, when I go, just once watch my screen. If I go and operate in this, suppose UK data or Canada or Australia or Africa, anything I would like to work with, which pivot is getting an impact? Can you see? Only the first one. So what's the point? Keeping some data in the bottom and keeping it a static value over here. Doesn't make any sense. So how to make it dynamic? Let's see. This slicer, what I created, I will select by the slicer name. I will just go for right click. There will be a beautiful option turns up naming called report connections. Now, when I go for report connections over here, and if I click, it will show me the entire list of pivot tables out of that source data which is created. And technically, that pivot is having only the checkbox on, which is connected with the slicer. So, which is the below pivot table. I remember it's pivot table number 12. That checkbox is not activated. So I can activate this. This is the only thing I have to do. And see the beauty, the moment I click OK, any point of time, I want to see the data of UK. So this is my UK data. Top five customers and top five products for UK. And business is happening only in 2019. If I go for Argentina, this is what the status of Argentina. Only 2020 business is there, and this is what the story. If I want to see the data for USA, this is what the data for USA. And once my data is done, presentation, I can clear this and things are ready. See how cool it is. So this is how when you go and present it, trust me, whoever is watching your data, they will appreciate your work. And somebody is definitely going to ask a question. Because all these things you made it in Excel? Yes. Because people believe that all these things are possible only if you are there in Power BI. But yes, all the stuffs are there in Excel itself. Only thing is we have to optimize the same. That's it. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you can connect multiple pivot table data and showcase